Hello, take two. There we go. That looks better. Alrighty, we get to start off today with a four-color Pentominous by Nell. We've done both of the previous two on this. It'll be exciting. As always, we're starting with a puzzle that was most voted for by supporters. So the supporters who voted for this puzzle were Plonk Time, Russ, AFK, David, Ambrose, Nell, Luda, Paulfly, and Nordy. So thank you so much for all of your support. We have been, and we might do more of this puzzle pack by Faluda that we were quite enjoying. So if you have paid attention to the saga, last time we were in the middle of, well, actually we'd mostly finished a hybrid Slitherlink and hybrid Slitherlink and Ubon puzzle, but we were convinced it had multiple solutions. But after Selena consulted with Faluda, it turns out that what we were intended to do was to use the lore to decide which of the handful of solutions was actually correct. So if someone wants to take our solution from the end of stream and figure out what the actual solution is and post it in the zetamath Discord, that would be cool, and we could probably do some more puzzles out of that pack at some point. Alrighty, so how does this puzzle work? So we need to divide this puzzle, or this grid, entirely into pentominoes. Every pentomino has a color, and two pentominoes of the same color can't touch, and two pentominoes of the same type can't touch. So pentomino just means 5 cells. So for example, this is a Z pentomino. I could have that, and it can be blue. But I can't have another Z here, because that would be a Z touching a Z, and I can't have another blue here. So that is how that works. Hey, Navaria, how are you doing? Like the first thing I was inclined to look at when I first started, saw this grid was, do these two have to join? So, if this doesn't connect to this, I already read the voters list, Tristan. I can read it again for you if you want. If this isn't read, then you end up with sort of this thing falling under here, which looks like it might just work. You did vote for it, Nordy. Okay. Row 4, column 13. Yes. Okay, yeah. I was going to note that these have to be red or green for sure, because they need to connect. But in fact, this one can't be green, because if it was, we'd end up with a 6 size green omino, and that is not a valid side. So in fact, that has to be red. And so then the red now can't take this cell, because that would make something of size 6. So this all sort of is forced. Likewise, that. Likewise, that. Of course, the red can't join the green. So we end up with that. This red can't grow down to here, because if this red grows down to here, then this cell is isolated. So this red actually has to grow up at least this far, because if it doesn't do that, then it has to do that. And now that forces this blue actually to have that shape exactly. And now that the blue has that shape, now this red has to take that cell, and we get that. Okay, now these two greens definitely are in the same omino, because this green needs an extra cell, and no matter what extra cell it takes, it's going to be in the same omino. These cells are all in the same omino, and we know that omino isn't red because this cell definitely isn't red. Yeah, we can finish the, I was going to do it this way, but yeah, this cell now, which isn't red, goes there. People are going to do this the other way around, but in any event, yes, this red up here is forced by the same sort of logic, which now tells me what color gray is, namely gray is green. Okay, and we get to repeat our argument about no touchy-touchy. And so this green actually finishes there. Okay, note it's okay that the Y touches the Y at the corner. They only can't touch each other orthogonally. Let's see, we've got some gray coming out here as well. There's some gray coming out there. I might as well put the border around the outside because otherwise people will be upset. By people, I may or may not mean me. Okay. Okay, Jay Dyer's point is we actually know the color of this because it's definitely going to touch yellow regardless. So it's not blue, red, or yellow, so this is definitely green, was Jay's point. Okay. Could be blue, I suppose. This red has a lot of growing to do, so we know it is at least going to make it that far, which is actually going to force the green's finish. Like that. The red, again, can't grow like that. So the red can only grow there, which, similar to our last bit, forces this to be green. And so now this green can't grow to that space. And red can't be an L because it's touching an L. So that is also red, and this red omino is done. This is actually not touching a Y. Whatever this cell is, it has to grow. There we go. That cell can't grow up, so there's something here, like that. And if this isn't yellow, it's a problem, because if it's not green, and if it's not yellow, then it grows out, and this yellow doesn't finish. So this definitely needs to be yellow, but now the only cell it can finish at is there. I could have made an argument there without that weird counterfactual. Let me just show you. If I wanted to, what I should have done is say just ignore this yellow completely and said this always needs to take that cell because it's not green. And it can't get to size 5 otherwise, because I did a sort of ugly look ahead there. I mean, it wasn't a bad look ahead, but it's a completely avoidable look ahead. To just say, this thing is trapped in a size 4 if it doesn't go there, and now once it goes here, it's plainly trapped yellow, and so this whole thing is yellow. Which is just a much cleaner, logical way to do it, so I'll do it that way. Let's see. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Right. Tristan is saying these are both not green, so therefore this is green. As is Emma. And now this is still not green, so that's green. And so this is not green. And if it's not blue, then it's a Y, is the thing that I see. Because if this is not blue, then the only cells it can take are those. And so this thing is blue. And it can't take that cell as blue. So that is blue. I think chat articulated a similar string of deductions in a very different way. whatever yellow thing this is grows out this way because it actually touches all three non-yellow colors. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? This isn't blue, so it's green if you just look at it because it can't grow that way, so it has to grow that way. So we end up with that crisscross. Ah, yes. Okay, yes. The several people in chat have pointed out this yellow is touching an L, so it actually is an I. It finishes that way. One thing I really like about these puzzles, by the way, is that you can do them without knowing the secret names of all of the Pentominos, which is a sort of annoying thing that you have to sort of confront when you start doing Pentomino puzzles of most sorts. This goes this way, but it's not yellow, so it goes that way, and then that makes it red, and it just is an F. Yes, this has been incredibly smooth so far. Yellow goes out like this, so the blue gets chased out like that, so the yellow goes out like that, so the blue gets chased out like that, and the blue can't come here because that would make too many blues, so that's a blue, and that's a U. Something, something, blue U. Except it's not a blue U. That's the twist. So that goes that way. This red can't do that. This yellow grows, which now means this cell has to grow out as a non-yellow cell, and so it becomes green by magic. So this yellow grows, this red grows, this green grows, and so this yellow comes here to finish. This puzzle's so snappy so far. Yeah, way more Fs, higher F density than the average. Okay, so this blue comes down. Okay, so these aren't green, so green now finishes as a V. Whatever this nonsense is, it comes down like that, which forces this green to be an F as well. Let's see. Does this touch the Z? No, it doesn't. Does it touch an L? No, it doesn't. So I don't know what it is yet. The pentomino equivalent of a shameomino, I think, is an I. I think no one likes I's. Setters only have I's in their puzzles by accident. That's my theory. Let's see. This comes out like that. And it's not red, so the red escapes out here. Oh, in fact, this whole thing is green because it now touches all three colors, which chat saw about 10 minutes ago. So we can do that. Let's see, I can do that as well. Oh, this is not yellow. Let's do that. And so this yellow grows to take these three cells. And whatever this is, it grows over there. It's probably a blue W. This is already touching an N. I was trying to argue that this was going to force an L to touch an L if it was an N. But you're right, this is just already touching an N, so it can't be an N. So it can only W. Which now has forced the whole green thing to do that. And we can do that. Okay, so this blue now has to come out at least this far because the blue's got to escape somehow. Hey, Kajito, how are you doing? This is yellow or blue, at least for sure. Puzzle solver struggling to make ends meet, indeed. This doesn't touch that W. Ah, yeah, blue grows at least one more, actually. That's right. So the yellow grows here. Good, good. And now these yellows can't touch, so this yellow has to go there. And so we get some other thing coming down here. like that. This other thing coming down, or this yellow now has to go here, and it can't take that cell because it would be an N touching an N, so that's actually the last blue cell, and we get a blue U. And this yellow can't come that way. And it can't go down, so we actually get the best letter. So there we go. So these go down like that. This becomes a new creature, which forces the yellow to go down yet further. This gray comes out here, which will maybe force something about this yellow if I look at it closely. If this comes here, it doesn't work. Whatever this is, if it comes here, it's then going to be... Oh, it could be... No, it could be... Sorry, it could be a green tea. If this comes here, it's a green tea. That is my conclusion. I thought it was going to force yellow to be 4 cells, but... there you go. Let's see. Okay, but the point is, right. It can never grow... That's a very nice way to put it. It can never grow this far down, because that will definitely break the yellow. And so that means it needs at least 1 cell over here. In fact, at least 2 cells over here, which does make it green. That's not green, Zeta. Let's try again. There we go. That's green. And now the greens can't connect, so in fact it is a green T with a green L. Oh, there's not a gray square? What are you talking about? I have no idea how there got to be a gray square. Some questions are better left unanswered, I suppose. That yellow is going to have to do, in fact, all of that razzmatazz. There we go. Oops. This is now one thing, and so now it can't be red because that would be too many. That's a very nice use of the reds there. So we've got that all happening. This green over here has to grow, and we've got lots of green for it to grow to. So that is forced yellow to be a W. Let's see. If this green comes here, it's an N. Otherwise, it goes here, and that seems okay. As far as I am able to determine it so far. Yes, this thing definitely grows at least 1 more. I was trying to do some sort of counting on the fact that this plus this red need to be 10 total cells. And so, noting that if this goes... down, yeah, this would be 10 cells exactly. So, basically, I can't let this red ever come into here, because if this red comes in here, then now there's only 9 cells for these 2 aminos together, and these can't possibly join or anything like that. So if this can't ever come in here, then it certainly needs to leave here by at least that much. And now this cell has to be part of the gray amino now, because the red can only take it if it's a Z, and that doesn't work unless I make this pentomino, which I would need a new letter for. People in chat can propose what letter to make this pentomino, but it would be a problem. So we have that. And this can't be an L, because it's touching an L, so now its only choices in life... Well, it doesn't even have choices in life anymore. It just has to be like this. And so we have our red over here. This is either... It's a J, but my pen ran out of ink. Very nice. Yeah, green definitely goes over here at the very least. But yeah, you're right. If this cell was red, this would not have a unique color, is a good point. Neveria would use it instantly. And shamelessly. Mercilessly, if you will. Let's see. Okay, so have we gotten to the 3-star part of the puzzle is the question. Let's see. This hasn't touched a Y yet. If this is blue, then that can be blue. If this is blue, then it's that's not even necessarily at the I think there's probably something to say about this constellation. Let's see. Row 11. Yes, okay. Yeah, we've got this green here. Right, it can't be a W. So if this green doesn't take this cell, it's a Z. I've tried to make puzzles with that kind of rule work a lot, AFK, and I've never quite been able to justify it. I still think it has potential, though. Like, I think it's a good idea, but I've never been able to, like, do it in a clever way that I could make work. Let's see. Row 13, column 6. But does green have to take row 13, column 6? Okay, so there we go. Okay, so this is not an N, at least, is Selena's point, because if this is an N, it now touches every color of Amino, and that is not allowed at the very least. It is maybe worth, like, marking that I know that this is green or blue, for example. Maybe I should ask if it's really possible that this doesn't touch this blue at all. I don't think it's possible. Yes. So therefore, if it doesn't take this cell, people are pointing out this is a pretty nice way to say it. If it doesn't take this cell, then because it's not an N, it's forced to be a W, but it's touching a W. So it definitely takes that cell. Like that, which then forces this yellow over. And now this can't take this cell, because as soon as it touches this cell, then it forces this to also be an L. So this can't go right, because it would create an L touching an L situation. We don't want an L touching an L situation. This can't be a Z, so it is, as Tristan says, a naked F, the best kind of F or something. So we've got that, and so now the blue has come back here. So this is now not blue, it is green. So we can actually just blue that out, and then I don't even need the gray anymore. Yes, and so now this can't be blue, because as soon as this is blue, I isolate a region with 6 cells. And so if that's not blue, then blue is forced into having this W shape. So this comes over here, and that pair forces the yellow to come down here. Like that. Okay. Row 6 and 7 of column 8. They are red, right, from J. Dyer. They touch every color except red. Seems decent. Okay. Let's see. This being an N is, I think, okay. It would mean that this wasn't an N, of course, if that were the case. So far, this only touches green, somewhat miraculously. If this blue doesn't go up, then this cell is red, because this cell can only ever be blue or red. But in that instance, then this blue connects out here, and so this red comes out here, and that's going to create an issue in like the next step when I try and resolve this red, because now all of these are red in this hypothetical. There's probably a nicer way to phrase that, but definitely it's true, because the point is this is always blue or red, and that doesn't really work. Yeah, that was what I ultimately saw, Garion, was that, yeah, that cell ended up being isolated. I think there's probably a slightly more forward logic way of doing it, but that's okay. So anyway, so this is blue. So now this can't be blue, because if this were blue, then blue would be an F. So that's blue, and then that has to be blue. Okay, and so that resolves this cell isn't green. And so these become green, making this a green Z. Now this green definitely comes out no matter what happens. And it can't go there no matter what happens. So we have that. Yes. No, not quite. Yet. This cell has certainly become blue. And it can't touch that blue, so it certainly grows to there, which makes whatever this thing is come out like that, which then forces this blue to grow here again. Let's see, and this is now a U or an L, but I don't think I know which one. If this cell isn't red, it's now an instant problem. Because if this cell isn't red, now it's going to come out like this, and this red is going to just careen over into oblivion. And it's going to be a pentomino with like 16 cells or something. So that's assuredly become red. If that isn't red, red just doesn't get to enough cells, so that's definitely red. And that can't be red, because red would be an N touching an N. And so, in fact, if this takes this cell, then red takes that cell. And if this takes this cell, then red takes that cell. So there's always a boundary here. It's just a question of how those two get sorted out. Red is touching a V. So actually, I don't even have to do that. I sort of did the like counting argument, but red's touching a V. So red can't be a V. So we end up with that. And so this is yellow or blue. Take your bets now. Let's see. There's a thing coming out over here. Right. This green cell, Selena has noted, has to grow, which is going to do a lot of damage, actually, because it's going to force this blue to take that shape. And so now if this omino isn't yellow, it's an N touching an N by force. So this omino is yellow. And so now whatever color or whatever omino this is part of, it's the same omino as that, because this can't be part of the yellow, I guess is what I'm really saying. And so this omino just is blue because it touches yellow, green, and red. And so in particular, that cell is now yellow, and this omino is now yellow. So we get that. All very nice. Okay. Cell is blue or green. Let's see. Selena's back here. This could take this cell theoretically, but it can't take these. And so this, regardless, still needs 2 more cells over here. So those are always green. And as soon as you realize that, then you know this can't be an L, and so the only thing it can be is a Y. Like that. So let's see. So let's see. This thing here could be an... No, this thing here can't be an F, right? Because actually what I know is there's a division here, because if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells, that's 9 total cells. So that doesn't work. And so what happens is actually if this is green, then I end up with a 6-cell red omino is the way to see it. It's not the way that I was going to explain it originally, but it's a nicer way than the way I was going to explain it originally. So we come over here. We get this F. We can make this blue. And then we can make this... Oh, I guess this is only known to be yellow or blue, but these are both green. These are both blue. Let's see. This is an F. Oh, it's touching blue. Right, sorry. This is just yellow. Thank you. I don't know why I did not see that. Let's see. That cell has to be blue, because if this cell isn't blue, then blue is forced to do a naughty thing, which is that it either cuts off green or becomes a 6-cell omino. So this is, in fact, always blue, which makes that blue. Which means that isn't blue, because if that was blue, we'd have a Y touching a Y. This blue now can't get there. This blue is not an F is a good point, because it's touching an F. I assume blue coming here breaks this blue, right? Yeah. If blue comes here, I'm now forcing a new omino. Just imagine a world where this is some third kind of blue. If blue comes here, this is now an omino that just obliterates this blue, despite Tristan's protestations to the contrary. So we have that. So one of these two is blue. If this isn't green, is that a problem? If this isn't green, it's not blue or yellow, and it's going to come out. Yeah, I guess I see that if this isn't green, it's an N touching an N. I don't know if that... I don't know if that's the intended step. I suspect not. But if this isn't green, then the green runs out under it and forces it to look like that, and then that makes the blue an N as well, so it's an N touching an N. So this is definitely green. Let's see. Row 10, column 11 is blue. If this is not blue, then blue is an F touching an F. Good, yes. Very good. And now if this is blue, I've isolated this cell, so this isn't blue, and so therefore that is blue. So we end up with that. So this comes over here, whatever this is, red or yellow. Not green in any event, for sure. I'm so good at trolling. I do it without trying. That is accurate. Let's see. I mean, it's a very fair assumption. This blue, I'm a little intrigued by. Like, is it that cell makes this blue unfillable or something? Row 15, column 12 is green. If it's not, then we get exactly the N touching N situation. I bet I could have done this in the deduction I did before in 2 steps, with this being one of them. And I bet that would have made the deduction that I did before a little less silly. Let's see. Okay, so now blue's coming around here. Okay. Yes. If this doesn't take this cell, then it becomes an extra long N, and we're not allowed to have extra long N's. Good spot. And so now these two either join this or become green. Yes, it can't be a P, right? So gray can't take this cell, is Tristan's point, because if it does, then it's a P touching a P. I didn't even think we had any P's in the puzzle, but turns out that we do. And so if this can't touch this cell, then that cell's definitely green. Now, if this takes this cell, I think we break every possibility. Because if gray takes this cell, it's not allowed to be a Y because it's touching a Y. And it's not allowed to be an I because that breaks green. So it can't extend. And so now gray definitely takes this cell, regardless. And so that finishes blue, finishes this green. We can go ahead and border those. So this blue... yeah, it also couldn't be an L. I think I used that at some point. Oh, no, I just didn't check. It couldn't be a yellow L, but it definitely couldn't be a yellow L. Right. Okay, so that blue is over down here. So if this isn't blue... Well, I guess, sorry. Here's the easier thing. These two are the same, and they can't join the other gray. So these are separated. So this is an N or an F. Yes. Okay. So if this is not blue now, I think it breaks, because if this cell is not blue, it has to run up around here. And now this blue is completely broken. So this has to be blue. Even if this isn't blue, this blue becomes completely broken. Even if this isn't blue, this blue is completely broken. And so, right. And this gray, I guess I should say, certainly comes here. And again, it's not blue, so that does force that blue is our P. Extending the gray line would have been much easier. Yes, I endorse the belief that extending the gray line would have been easier than my sort of one-at-a-time iterative approach. Okay, let's see. And so we've got to notice that cell's definitely green. Because there's only two ominoes left. It's green and yellow. Yes, and this cell can't be green because it's touching this P. I was like, but the P doesn't touch this P, but it touches the other P. So that is why. I kept like expecting this P to be the one that resolved it. And we have to decide what color the F is, so hopefully that works. And it's not blue, green, or yellow. So therefore, it is carnival cake. And that is a lovely puzzle by Nell, as all of the ones have been so far. Alrighty. There we go. Very nice puzzle. Yeah, I've enjoyed all three of these. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to try and set at least a little something that I've been trying to set and see how it goes. So we'll see if it's a success or not, but I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Da, 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 da. Oh, sorry, that is not the right thing. Let me drop the rules here. Oops. Yeah. There we go. I can embiggen the zeta a bit. And I can embiggen the grid a lot. Oops. Not with that button, though. With that button? There we go. Haha. Okay. So this is an idea I had. I've actually spent a pretty sizable amount of time trying to make this work. And I'll tell you the problem that I have run into, which is that my usual inclination that if I'm setting a negative constraint puzzle like this, then I usually try and add as few clues as possible, and just see what happens. But I have to add clues, because if I don't add clues, then it turns out that like by putting like 2 or 3 arrows in the grid, everything is forced. But then you end up with, and I don't mind that there's huge ominoes, but you end up with basically only I's and L's of various sorts a lot, because stuff sort of cascades down the grid. So I have to sort of resist my temptation to just sort of like let things go on, which has been difficult for me because it's sort of like, oh, and that implies this, and that implies this, and that implies this. Now, people in chat have already noticed that size 1 philomenoes are problematic in that they're all given, effectively. So are all size 2 ominoes, actually, because there's only one domino. And even triominoes are actually quite difficult to put into the grid, because, for example, if you have an I that's sort of not pointing at something, then that omino is quite restricted. So I'm starting here with a really small grid because I want to sort of do an example puzzle and try and get more of a sense for how to not be too cautious about adding clues. And maybe what I should do is to maybe what I should do is actually try and more often than not add more than one omino at a time. But anyway, I suspect that this is going to naturally lead to some large ominoes, although actually you can have squares pretty easily if you have squares and snakes or whatever. There's assorted options. Anyway, let's just, to sort of start, let's throw in an arrow, because everyone likes an arrow. So let's throw an arrow there, and let's just sort of get a sense as what this does. So I should make the border black because it's an edge. Oh, have a good night, Nicholas. I hope you sleep well. So already, again, things can't have size 1 or size 2. But if you haven't seen this kind of negative constraint before, I really like this kind of negative constraint. One sort of not immediately obvious thing is that actually this cell can't be green and it can't be yellow, because if it was green, it would need an arrow from yellow pointing at it. And if it was yellow, it would need an arrow pointing the other way. So actually, every arrow sort of actually gives you this giant sort of bit of force, and so we end up with sort of a green there and a yellow there, and so we have this, so we end up sort of like already having sort of that kind of thing happening. So yeah, the not having an arrow is always like you can mark where you've used that there isn't an arrow, for example, is a helpful thing to do sometimes. So Yeah, I mean, at the very least, for like trying to decide what a constraint is going to do, I think that is that is the easiest thing to do. Now, here's a couple tricks that I have noticed. One thing worth noticing is that this omino always needs to take something in column 3, because if it doesn't, oh, maybe that's not quite. No. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have a problem in column 1 with a negative constraint, unless I have sort of some various arrows pointing in various directions. One direction or the other is going to become a problem. So that's in particular going to imply stuff about sort of the size of yellow. And so an interesting thing to do here, sort of just to sort of start forcing this a little bit. And again, I'm going to try not to sort of use too much of the arrows because I want to add more arrows, is to sort of cap this in one direction or the other. And so I'm going to cheat a little bit. And I'm going to say I want N arrow here. Oh, I want these to be actually extra small, sorry. I want N arrow here, but I don't know which direction it's going to go. That is, I want N arrow to imply a border here, but I don't know which direction it's going to go yet. Is what I'm going to sort of mark, because I just want to see what happens if yellow is forced to go down. That's going to force down red. Okay, now, of course, immediately we already know, like, this thing is not fitting into, or doesn't contain yellow yet. So green needs to grow. And note, because there's an arrow here one direction or the other, it does mean that this cell can't be yellow, because whatever the direction was, this would need an arrow. So we can sort of add that edge as well. Because yellow being there, if I just assume sort of my negative constraint there, is going to sort of force this. Yeah, est testramino would be spicy. Now, because of the reason stated earlier, yellow can't stop. Because if yellow currently stops, I'm only going through this like this because I've done this break-in and variations of it about 6 times already. So I've sort of gotten through a little bit of the logic, so I'm still sort of talking through it. But anyway, that can't be yellow that can't not be yellow, because if yellow stops and it doesn't point at red, that implies red is a straight line. That is sort of like, if you think about what does it mean to say there's not an arrow from this, it means the omino is a straight line. But if red is a straight line, it breaks with green. And so at least barring that I add in some more arrows to make that not the case, that makes that yellow as well, which makes that red as well, which makes that green as well. Okay, and so now we're sort of in the full messy part, where things are going to get quite tangled. So note also, this thing can't grow down there because, again, there's an arrow relationship between these. So we've got something over here. Oops. That will make, say, pink. And so I think it makes sense to put Yeah, yellow Z, I think, is probably the fantasy. So let's just try and put an end to this and see what happens. And I realize I've already sort of screwed up my my which mode I'm in for different things, but we'll try it. So if I do that, oh, is this broken? It probably is broken. Let's find out. So that forces green, forces red, forces yellow, because yellow has to grow because it can't fit into red. Yeah, now yellow can't fit into green anymore is the problem. Okay, good to know. So I think we want to do something in column 1 earlier than that. But this now definitely doesn't... Actually, is it... black dot means there's going to be an arrow, but I don't know which direction it's going to point. Yeah, maybe yellow can still fit into green, actually. It's vaguely possible. Yeah, black dot is there's an arrow pointing this way or an arrow pointing this way, but I haven't decided yet. It's like the putting question mark for the killer for a killer cage total or something. Okay, so we've got these. We know that goes there. Okay, so let's see if we can make this work. So now one thing that's definitely true is that this is always going to fit into green, although one option is to just put an extra dot over here. Just let this be a Shaymamino and just let green sort of run around here if that's what it wants to do. So yeah, yellow needs to fit into green, and yellow does not yet fit into green. But green can sort of really go around and do something ridiculous like that. And then we can end up having our thing, although that will maybe make some of the other things not quite work yet. I mean, it didn't in the version I gave you, right, Naverio? But then yeah, how does pink exactly work is the maybe the $1 million question here. So this is yet some other thing, although this thing could be green, keep in mind, and probably is green because of the fact that I have to fit a Z somewhere, but we could just mark it's a something. So I just want to see if we can how exactly we can sort of logic this out. So this pink has to grow. Oh, I guess, sorry, I should keep in mind pink does fit into, or maybe pink fits into yellow and maybe yellow fits into pink, depending on the direction of the arrow. Yeah, pink can absolutely be green, and yeah, one of these probably is green because of the fact that green needs to fit yellow. And I don't think yellow can get much larger. The orange can't be green. Even if I let myself have a Shaymamino down here. I think if I let myself have a Shaymamino down here, I think that's the solution, right? Oh, right. There's a negative constraint. Right. Okay, yeah, because if it's green, then yellow has to point at it. Right, that's the problem. Okay. And so, yeah, so basically now if green is going to, if this is ever going to work, I need to make a Z in the grid that doesn't touch yellow somehow. Like that one, for example. So yeah, so I think the question is like, how many more arrows do we need, and sort of like what are the arrows that can be added that most relax the way that things end up. Because if we did the thing, let me just sort of show you the if we do the thing where we say make that work, where let's see, what's sort of the minimum arrowage that we can have here. Yeah, and like this can be green without any problem. Oh, this this would have to also be red. So that's one thing I've noticed, is that is that I often want to have ominoes of the same size be allowed to touch. So it's possible I'll actually let that work in this particular puzzle. The only sort of like really ugly part here is the pink is going to then fit into orange basically everywhere. And so we're going to sort of end up with that. Wait, does yellow not fit into green? Oh yeah, maybe yellow doesn't actually fit into green. Yeah, I think you're right. I think yellow doesn't fit into green anymore. Oh, and red does fit into green. Yeah, okay, so this is a disaster. In terms of this, red now does fit into green, and yellow doesn't fit into green. Okay, so I have to be willing to add arrows to places more freely than I typically do in these puzzles, is what we're learning from this. So you could make pink, green, and orange red. Yeah, I somehow like, yeah, when I erased this, I erased the Z that I had put into green. So yeah, so we end up with that. Why are you not letting me draw on this anymore? Uh, uh, okay. I'm gonna end up with 75% of the borders marked with arrows. It's possible. Uh, it's also possible that there's a way to combine this idea where there's sort of a weaker form of the negative constraint that doesn't force quite as much. But I'm not quite sure exactly how to do it. Okay, so let's start from a new grid. And just let's try and use more arrows. So be remove that. I feel like it's not. I feel like the rotation reflection does make it crazy strong, but I also feel like if you remove the rotation reflection part, it's sort of like then it barely does anything. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to think about it, Emma, is to say that if there are two ominoes that touch, there's at least one arrow rather than that every border is marked. So if you just say there's just at least one arrow, although then you lose all the stuff about monominos immediately. But maybe that's okay. Maybe that leads to sort of a more satisfying sort of way of doing it, is sort of like, if these two, if one omino fits in the other and they touch, then there's always at least one arrow somewhere that says that. The full negative constraint lets you do so much. I'm a little worried that it could be too much, but we'll we'll see. Let's so let's try and see if we can start in a different place and see what we end up with. So let's see what happens if we just start with a line here. And let's still try the full negative constraint version, even though we might have to get rid of it. So if I start like 1 in, it leaves me a little more room to wiggle. Something like that. And so I kind of want to try making something kind of small to start with and see what we can do if we actually force there to be a relatively small omino at the beginning. So do I know this is a new color? Do I know it's not red? I feel like it could be red. Uh, 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 because like red could do this and green could go around like this, right? And this could be a new this could be the new color. These can't both be red or both be green, or both. These can't. There's a new color in one of these two. Let's see. Let me go with my old standard of dot here to indicate again that like there's an arrow pointing some direction here, but I don't know which direction. And the reason why I want that is because I think it forces this cell to be green. Yeah, definitely forces that cell to be green, right? Because if this cell isn't green, then now green is capped at 2 cells, and that's not going to work for lots of reasons. So it forces both of those to be green. And could be that that's green, in which case this arrow had better point the other way, I guess. Or it could be that green comes over here. Can green not take this cell? Why can't green take this cell? Can these be 2 new colors? Yeah, is that not possible for some reason? I kind of think the it being green is more useful than like this cell being green. But yeah, if I end up with these, then certainly like green comes down here. Row 3, column 2 can't be green because of the negative constraint. If we assume we're doing that, yeah. These being 2 new colors is certainly very messy and might not work in a 6x6, but I don't know it does for any clear reason. That cell can't be green because it would need sort of arrows in every direction. Let's see. So is there a direction I can put the arrow? Because I kind of like forcing green to just be a good old-fashioned square. But maybe that's a little not fancy enough. Let's see, maybe I put that to like trying to cook with an unfamiliar type of meat from the other side of the globe. Let's see. Because I could sort of put a second arrow from here, for example, that might make it more immediately pleasing to the eye, is always the question. Kangaroo, there we go. See, because like the it's kind of like the star battle puzzle we were doing the other day, where sort of as soon as you do just about anything, it forces so many things. Maybe I want to move this one out. New grid, yes. So if I move this here, we can have our edge here. Found a grid with only 6 arrows, 6 by 6. Yeah, I certainly don't imagine the actual puzzle would be 6 by 6, but I'm sort of just experimenting and learning sort of to have any sort of intuition about this. I somehow reversed where the red and green were before. Let me put it back this way. I'm kind of thinking we can sort of corral green into not being too large if we put a couple judicious arrows over here, and that might be interesting if green was sort of forced into this piece of the grid. Actually, yes. Okay. I think actually what one can do... Oh, sorry. I think that might actually have the desired effect. Where if I make this red, make this green, my green can never connect through here, or through here, or through here, or through here, right? So my green here actually now really does actually get restricted to be at most this 3x3 box, because this sort of arrow kind of corrals everything around. So that might actually be sort of an interesting sort of starting point here for oh, actually green could spill out here as long as it doesn't take either side of this, right? Yeah, I think you can go down column 3 actually. Yeah, as long as you take neither side of this. Yeah, it's you can't sort of take, like, you can't do that kind of thing without breaking the negative constraint. Okay. But yeah, I agree, if you go down column 3, it probably works out okay. Well, it only have 4, because it's only the orthogonal arrows that we're working about. But yeah, Philomeno or Monomino will have sort of every which direction sort of pinned on it. Okay, well, here's a thing that we can do. We just remove this cell from the grid so that it's not possible to go down that way. And then, and that might actually, maybe that's the thing. This is a thing I've never done, but that I see Woofer and Jacob do a lot, which is to make grids that have holes in them. So in this instance, now, certainly, I can't get green around here. Without creating some sort of issue. But I'm not sure that this is quite strong enough to force anything immediately, which is unfortunate. But maybe it is. And so maybe, like, ultimately this wants to be like a donut or something, just to sort of avoid some, and maybe that's the best way to avoid some of the negative constraints, is just have holes in the grid. Well, the shame omino would need arrows every which way. So does this actually force anything? Like, does that have to be green, for example? Is a question on my mind. So if that isn't green, certainly the green needs to go at least that far, and presumably at least that far, by thinking about this. It's not necessarily impossible for this to be like a three-way thing. A 2x2 tetromino inside a donut would have no arrows. Very nice. Yeah, 2x2s are one of the easier things to have giant ominoes that don't play with. I wonder if actually the natural idea is to say that this is a Philomeno puzzle where you're given some borders, and the rule is that no omino fits in an omino it touches. And just rather than having arrows that indicate that something does fit, just have the clues just be given borders, and then say, okay, that's what you've got to do, is you've got to fill in the grid. I kind of like that as an idea to try. To say, does that sound reasonable to people? Because that seems like that might actually make it easier to make these sorts of things. And then you've got a kind of negative constraint, but it's not as sort of overbearing as this. So let's see if we can make a 6x6 version of that work. Okay, so I'm going to, for my sanity, use dots for my given edges, but do whatever we want. Sorry, this is meant to be a given edge. Oh, sorry, this was meant to be in problem mode, not solution mode. There we go. We'll see if we can do it. So let's just try, if we say there's a given edge here, just what does that imply? Because notice, like before, a lot of our work was actually being done by the constraint rather than anything else. So certainly we would have that, although we don't have the immediate obstacle in this case to like yellow just growing here, right? Yellow could grow here in this sort of none-fitting Philomeno world, as long as we did something to sort of fix it. Let's see, which just ruins some of the mystique of everything, but let's see. We can try again. I should try not to make because the shame omino will fit in anything it touches. So the revised rules. Let me put a screenshot of the new idea for the rules. Is that this is just a Philomeno. no, fits into an omino. It touches orthogonally. Up to rotation, reflection. Some edges are given. And of course, we could have numeric clues as well. I have no idea exactly what the world is going to look like with this, but this might give us a little more flexibility. Let's see. Okay, so let me take this, save the screenshot. There we go. Save. Sorry, I have to upload the thing to the thing real quick. This is fits 2. Okay, we can hide that one. That one over here. There we go. I've also contemplated the idea of an arrow meaning that it fits in and it's one cell bigger. So it's like, or maybe a white dot even. So it's like Philomeno-Kropke, where the white dot means that you can get one from the other by adding a cell to it. The other rules are still valid. You just didn't give any arrows. A good point. Good point. So this would have to grow in this universe. Yeah. So there's a lot of sort of ideas in here that I think have some potential, but I don't quite know what to do with it yet. Let's see, like, and if this is green, let's see. So I guess we can just sort of throw that here just so that we can sort of continue these sorts of things. So the question is, does red have to grow here just from these rules? And the answer, I think, oh, maybe not. So I think yellow could like run across like far enough without actually containing this sort of 3 size thing. So I think that's okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Yellow coming here. Yeah, yellow coming here would definitely force red, of course. So yeah, I guess maybe I should try putting a dot here. So if we do that, then it forces yellow down here, and now red has to grow, and yellow has to grow now. We suddenly that configuration now has certainly forced oh, you think red was already forced to continue? Let's look back at that. Like back here? No. Oh, no, there. Oops. Oops. Sorry, there? No, here. So okay. Yeah, okay. This red is actually forced to continue, and it involves this cell. Because if red doesn't continue, then this cell touches both red and yellow. And in the universe where red doesn't continue, yellow is a 5 long I. This thing has to be a something long I, and no matter what long I it is, no matter how long it is, it's going to fit, one of these is going to fit in the other, because every I fits in every I. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Red is forced to continue. And so we get a green over here. Oh, I'm again doing this in the wrong mode. Let me try and do it right this time. Okay, that is very nice as a sort of consequence of this weirdo rule set. Okay, so yeah, so we have to be mindful of that. Yeah, like triominoes are just very difficult to fit in anywhere. Okay, so presumably red could stop now without causing any issues that are immediately clear. Maybe that's not true. Let's see. This kind of triomino can only touch I's. That's a valid theorem, yes. This kind of triomino can't touch I's at all. In fact, this kind of triomino has... this kind of triomino can touch S's and various things like that. So, like, this kind of triomino is valid as long as your ominoes look very specific. Although, funnily enough, I think yellow can't be this triomino, because I think if yellow is this triomino, I think we create the same weirdo proof, except now both red and whatever this is have to be like these sort of continuing S shapes, and one of them will fit into the other. So yellow also can't be a straight triomino, but for even weirder reasons. And so I think you can't even have a straight triomino in the puzzle without... If there is a straight triomino in the puzzle, I should say, I think that is going to imply funny things about, like, that you can't actually separate edges along it, because if you do, then you're going to run into strange things. Oh, you could have a square, right? Sorry, you could have a square, right? Okay, yeah, you could do a square, right? Okay, yes, a 3x3 won't, or sorry, a 3x1 won't fit into a square. Okay, good catch. My brain did not think about squares. Yeah, that does seem like a fun thing to force. So let's see. So we could assuredly give 2 edges over here just to sort of corral yellow a bit. So something like that perhaps, because that certainly implies that this cell is yellow. It doesn't immediately imply that this cell isn't yellow. It seems difficult to imply that this cell is yellow. But it would be cool, I agree. It's possible we should try and come at it from the other direction. So, for example, cutting off red here is interesting, because remember, it was sort of an interesting deduction that red had to grow. So throwing an extra dot down there on red It's kind of interesting because now the question is, can red really be an S shape? Uh, and so I think if we now also give this arrow or this edge, then we now know oh, maybe we don't quite know. I was going to say, now we know that yellow has to take this cell, but it's not true. Yellow could be some preposterously enormous thing that doesn't happen to contain a one of these S shapes. Interesting. Yeah, this is such a weird requirement. My brain still sort of doesn't wrap around it super nicely. We are absolutely welcome to use given digits. I think given digits are a perfectly reasonable thing to use. So like you're suggesting like make the given digit here a 3, for example. Okay, so okay, so let's try and do this with given digits. So we want that digit to be a 3. And so we're curious. Oh. Yes, I think a bent triple like that, I think, is always going to have problems. Because that's going to be an eye, this is going to be an eye, and this is going to be an eye that's always going to grow to touch one of the eyes. So if you're going to make the bent triple, you really have to put it in a very specific place, and I'm not sure there is any specific place without putting a hole in the grid somewhere. So like just by that argument, this 3 is definitely part of an I. And there's a question of if we know anything about that I immediately. Like, I don't think it can possibly go vertically. Actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe it could go vertically. I think it could actually go vertically just fine. Let's see. I was trying to reproduce the kind of thing we had before. So I think that was like based around this given edge. So we can put back that given edge. Let's see. So it was something like we've got that and that. So so we're in this sort of funny situation where if this is green, this can't be red. And so if this is green, red comes here. And then this can't be red. And so red goes there. And so if this cell is green, then red's forced on this sort of bizarre journey, I think. Because like just to sort of fill this in, just to sort of get some intuition for it. If this is green, now this can't be red. So now this is red, and this is some other thing, except the yellow can't go that way, so it has to go that way. And the red has to go that way, and it can't stop and it can't go here, so it has to go there. And so we end up with all of this is forced just by that alone. We've got a blue over here that assuredly has to take that cell. And then we've got, let's say, an orange here. Because that can't be anything either. So, oh, right. And then this orange can only take that cell. And now, okay. So now blue is done is the problem. So if we're going to stick to, yet again, we have my sort of like, maybe we want to get rid of the one rule of Philomeno Club and say things of the same size can touch. Because if things of the same size can touch, as long as they're different shapes, then this is fine. No, it's not fine. It's broken anyway, even in that case, because blue either is contained in orange or contains yellow. Is the version of this that seems to be true. Let's see. Well, we were going to. So the question was, what else do we need to actually force that in some reasonably yeah, so we were going to sort of try and force this to be red was what I was thinking, so we could force the 2x2 world in some way, shape, or form. So but the proof that if this isn't red it doesn't work is kind of horrible. But we could probably like stick a appropriate additional dot somewhere to make sure that fixes it. Yeah, the 3 assuredly doesn't go down this column, because that definitely breaks red immediately. So the 3 assuredly grows here. And then it's just a question of, does the 3 grow there, or does the 3 grow over here? And the 3 growing over here breaks, but in a pretty messy way, at least as I saw it. So we have that. So like, I don't think it's like yeah, I guess we know there's an edge along all of these. Oh, did I enter this in the wrong mode again? No, I didn't actually. I actually entered things in the right mode that time. Yeah, so we know there's a border below the 3s. Let's see. The 2x2 breaks anyway. Is 3 too ambitious? It's possible 3 is actually too ambitious. Maybe we can't even fit the 3 in there. let's see. We could just try putting a given edge here, and then that will, let's see. Let's try putting the, sorry, the given edge there, just so I can see what happens. And so so that goes there, which means this is red, which forces all of that. Now green can't take this cell, and green grows. We've got an edge there. And green can't take that cell. That's, of course, a 3. We've got a yellow coming over here. Yeah, we don't want a, let's see, so yeah, if that's all true, then this is already, sorry, I'm looking at, AFK's picture. Uh, uh, yeah, I guess I believe that. So this would have to be a 2x2. Yeah, I think that's true. Because yeah, we can't have two snakes fitting in each other, and so yeah, so this becomes a 2x2. Uh, I agree, and now it's a 4 touching a 4 is the problem. Got it. Okay, so it's another of the sort of like Philomeno-y problems where the problem is really that you end up with 2 4s touching each other. Uh, I see. Okay. Uh, can perhaps have a 1x3 in the corner. Uh, yeah, this is sort of a yeah, I think that actually might break worse. In some sense, if you can break worse. So yeah, I don't think you could do a 3. I think maybe in actuality both kinds of 3 are broken. Yeah, maybe the 3 could be a 4. Yeah, that certainly seems like a distinct possibility. Uh, Breaking Worse, the sequel, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, so let's try it again with perhaps a 4. Uh, okay. New grid, yes. Uh, let's see. Do I want to try something like? Might be possible to have a 3 in a larger grid. Uh, so You could have squares, so everything touching it would have to be a square or an S of length at least 5. And I feel like the edges just don't get well covered by squares and S's of length at least 5. Although maybe, actually, if I, let's see, I just kind of want to draw this now just to see it in my head. I think this might actually work. I think we can do that as our 3. Make that a square. Make that a square. Not of length 4 because squares are of size 4. And Philomeno stuff. So yeah, if this grid went on one more, we could do this and have another W sort of coming over here. And that would work. So it is possible. We are talking about what can go on around a square, or sorry, what can go around a triomino. But remember, any two like W's of different lengths fit into each other in one direction or the other. So you run into this problem about this. This would be an interesting thing for a build your own killer puzzle as well. The slightly appealing thing about doing this in a build your own killer puzzle is you don't necessarily have to cover the entire grid with killer cages. But let's try and do this with, say, yeah, so a 3 in the middle of a 7 by 7, I think would work and would be essentially unique in that that would work. Yeah, I mean, what I just showed you worked, right? At least in principle. Sorry, I didn't want that to make that a 3. I was thinking, like, is there something interesting that we could do with something like just sort of a starting thing of this sort? Just sort of thinking about, like, what can I do with only numbers? Especially with the 5s and the 4s are kind of interesting. Let's see. Is it possible that this is some other thing? I don't know, some other number that's not 5 or 4. I'm just going to write question mark for now. Question mark isn't 5 or 4. Just to see if this immediately becomes constrained. So I think it's true to say this cell can't be green. Because if that cell's green... Oh no, if that cell's green, then green has to be a Z and blue has to be an I. Is what happens if that cell is green. So it does actually technically work. If that cell is blue, yeah, I think 3s are busted unless you're in a huge grid, like I showed you, where you could do the WW square around it. Then I think it works. So in a 7 by 7 grid, you can do it. But I think 6 by 6 is already too small, which is kind of hilarious. Let's see. So I'm gonna put this. The fact that it's oh, if you actually go another couple steps out, then it becomes more problematic. That is very possible, actually. uh, uh, yeah, here's a 7x7 with a 3 in the middle, and if you look ahead 80 million steps, then you can you can see that in this 21x21 grid, the 3 has to go exactly this way. Let's see. There's always one of those things where it's sort of tricky because there's like a lot of forcing geometry as soon as you get like a little bit into it, but there's not a lot of forcing geometry until you get into it. Like maybe I could also make this a 5. That might be way too forcing. So that would be blue. That would be green. So, yeah, that's immediately broken, actually. Okay, so that is an interesting note that, yeah, this blue really wants to look like that because that gives the most flexibility to the 5. In fact, as soon as the blue takes this, it needs to also take that. Oh, so blue always takes this cell is the point. Because if blue doesn't take this cell, then blue definitely fits into green. So that cell's always blue, bizarrely enough, in this strange world that we live in. So that's interesting. Uh, that's blue. There's lots of options. That's blue. There's lots of options. If that's blue, it's quite restricted. It's not forced, but it's quite restricted. You got 3 into a 7x9. Woohoo! You can post it in the Discord. Uh, let's see. Oh, Jay also has one that seems to work. With actually even in a 6x6, it involves putting 3 in the corner. But yeah, the with A5 and A, so with a W and a square. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the okay, it doesn't violate any of our work to do that. Okay, very nice to Jay there. That's green. That isn't blue. Oh, is this just never blue? I think this is just never blue. Yeah, this is just never blue. Because if this is blue, it makes this a monomino. So, like, I haven't been actually drawing in my edges. But in fact, yeah, this can't be blue because that will definitely break green. Because green won't be able to take that cell. Green will have to take that cell and then that cell, and then that'll be isolated. So that's never blue. Bizarrely enough. So yeah, so I could have a clue there or something. Or like another 4 over here. Although the fact that like this doesn't actually force this 5 is a little bit weird. Philomena setting is weird with like setting with numbers is very strange. Uh, uh, oh yeah, it's possible like a lot of this is forced by a 3. Oh, Vish has something with the original rule set. Interesting. Uh, yeah, so that's never green. Uh, I guess what I could say is this is never part of that 5. So if I just make this a 5 just to try it, make that a 5 just to feel something. It can't be the same 5. So this 5 has to grow over here. Let's see. Ooh, some snazzy grids there. There isn't symmetry about which way the 3 goes, David, because it's a 6x6 and not a 7x7. So the 3 can only run to the corner, I think, based on what we have done so far. Let's see. This has to be a yellow at least. How much is forced here? Yeah, right. There's no middle cell exactly. I guess I put a 5 in the place where I deduced there couldn't be a 4 is kind of unfortunate. I love your giant Amino. That one that is a very nice looking grid as well, Yatha. I enjoy how Muppets are now making an appearance. Oh, that's who's in the grid. I see. I see. The grid is a character. Uh hmm. Uh See, yeah, the it's interesting because unless you're sort of careful about coordinating the shapes, like once shapes are big enough, the ominoes aren't particularly likely to fit in each other. Uh uh-oh. Oh no. The video is buffering. That is unfortunate. Uh oh, M Nasty is right. You do have a problem in your grid AFK, which is that the triomino touches the giant omino. Let's see. It claims I'm not dropping frames. So that's not to say that that you're not getting them. That's only to say that that it's on YouTube's end and not my end. Got a Josh has a smaller grid with the 3. I like Josh's very efficient grid there. I feel like, you know, that's even a unique puzzle right there, Josh. I can actually prove that's the only solution to the puzzle that you have. Uh, Okay, so I kind of want to try doing this with a build your own killer kind of rules with a Sudoku puzzle, because that will give us a little more optionality in terms of deductions. Let's see. So I have to think exactly how that would work. So I'm picturing it is indeed a 1x3 grid that Josh has produced. Uh, uh, Sorry, David. Uh, 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 Let me take a real quick break just to see if there's anything. I'll ask Tristan if there's anything we can do about the buffering. There probably isn't, but I'll take a quick break and be right back. All right, welcome back. Sorry about the buffering people are having. I'm trying to type up a Sudoku-y rule set for this to try it. Uh, Four color theorem permaculture, wonderful. Uh, let's see. Uh, um, yeah, totals. Go of 2 to 1. Did I see the puzzle that MicroStudy got you for Secret Satan? I don't think I did. Uh, uh, Okay, so I'm going to try this crazy rule set. 1 second while I pull up F puzzles or something. Probably F puzzles. There we go. F puzzles. At the very least, links will work in the Discord. That much I can promise you. Other than that, I cannot necessarily promise you exactly how links work. If you try a link and it doesn't work, I can mod you, Nordy, if you would like. But you could also just post it on the Discord and that'll work. Okay. So did I actually take a screenshot of this? I don't think so. So weird rule set. This is actually what usually happens when I set puzzles. I've gotten unusually lucky in setting on stream that usually let me do that. Maybe AFK, maybe. Let's see. Okay, I've just named this screenshot weird. Let us go ahead, try it here. Okay, so it's getting so close, but the bugs keep popping up. Okay, so we're gonna try this. I suspect it's gonna be a little bit. It's not gonna be there yet, but we can try it. Okay, we're going to. I guess it's a question of if I really want to use the solver or not. I'm gonna just not use the solver for the moment, and then maybe have a version where I do. Difference. There we go. Okay, so we're going to attempt, possibly successfully, possibly not. Like if you place cosmetics, you can't remove them. So trying to make this link in the Discord, view at your own risk. Oh no. Oh, that looks lovely. Overlapping Pentominous snake. Oh no, are you solving like multiple pentomino puzzles at once on top of each other? I mean, this is like as bad as my my Secret Santa puzzle this year was a like solve 2 puzzles on top of each other puzzle that was pretty crazy. Where they overlap, they form a snake. I see. Oh, that's genius. Yeah, I'm curious if I can make something like this work so that I don't basically so I don't have to write where they overlap, they form a snake is amazing. It is so very micro study. Okay, so this cage certainly can't be of size 2 because of everything so noted. So it's got to be size at least 3. So I probably want another dot down here just to sort of force that at least a little bit at the beginning. Oh, meant its size. Yes, every cage contains its size was what I intended to write. Yellow and blue. I'm not necessarily completely set on the dots colors, by the way, but like these could be black or whatever, depending on what ends up being arithmetically interesting. But basically, I'm just trying to sort of capture this in a way where I can get a little bit more bang for the buck. Okay, if I make this a different color dot than that, then that maybe does interesting things. So it forces this to be a different kind of cage. Just wild and scary indeed. So yeah, we'll just try things and get a feel for it. Yellow needs to be size at least 3, because if it was size 2, it would definitely fit into the other omino. And we can't have the cages that touch can't fit into each other, is what I meant to write. Maybe I did not actually write this very well. Was what I was attempting to do. Okay, so it cut off the top. So an interesting thing here that we can maybe take advantage of that we learned before, yeah, no 1 or 2 cell cages, correct, is that if neither yellow nor blue grows, we have an instant problem, which is that if neither yellow nor blue grows, there's no shape for pink that works. And so one of yellow and blue grows, at least. I don't know quite what to do with the one of yellow and blue grows, but immediately. Probably the geometry could be better to take advantage of the at least one of yellow and blue grows deduction. I think yellow must grow. Yes. If yellow doesn't grow, right. If yellow doesn't grow, these are both snakes and they touch. So there's no way that I have my 2 snakes that touch. Yeah. So yellow has to grow, right. So yellow has to grow. Green has to grow then. Okay, and pink can't be a snake, or sorry, can't be just a horizontal line. It could maybe be a vertical line. Let's see. Right, and this is going to be pretty big. One of these cages has to be at least moderately small, because the maximum you can put on in the smaller cage on a black dot, the maximum you could put is 22. So 22 would be saying at most 5 cells. Because of the way the numbers interact. So one of pink and yellow is at most 5 cells, although I could, of course, flip-flop these two and make it at least one of yellow and blue is at most 5 cells. Oh no, it could be 20. Sorry, it could be 6 cells if it's 21. It would have to be 21 though in that instance. If green doesn't go down, it gets pretty ugly pretty fast. I guess if green doesn't go down, it could maybe be like an L. I'm trying to figure out a way to sort of force some numbers into here just mathematically, which is a little bit tricky. See, I could also make this black, this a black dot, and sort of mirror the same structure that I had up here. This has no things on it. Yeah, I'm at least sort of trying this as a as that piece, because I kept wanting things that were the same size to be allowed to touch, and maybe wanted some other thing. So, and of course this could be pink, I guess, is an interesting, this is like either pink or some other thing, but it's not green. So the green definitely comes down. And like a pink that did this, it's not even possible that a pink does that. Probably. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out what setup for this would get me some sort of like killer math going to start, which is a little tricky. I'd like to not have to give any sums AFK if that is possible. It doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but I'd rather not give sums if that is an option. Let's see. I'm contemplating if there's a way that we could make the original deduction the thing about how if you have sort of a triomino here that you could never have any cage there at all because of the eye shape thing. Oops. A thing that's nice about this is that it's going to force the cages to be pretty big on average. This isn't quite immediately working for me either. Maybe I want to go back to trying to do it with just sort of setting a philomeno with given digits and see if a philomeno with given digits can do it in an interesting way. The geometry is so cool, but it's very difficult to sort of get exactly the right sort of setup that works. Yes, this could definitely be one of those puzzles that's at risk of breaking, which is part of why I liked the Sudoku version, because the Sudoku version wouldn't break. I'm also plenty happy to do this, but with like a grid where there's some holes in the grid, and the puzzle can't break as easily if there's holes in the grid that are allowed, because you can just always put a hole where it's going to break. Let's see. So the Very possibly. It could be. It could be less interesting or could be more interesting. Depending. Yeah. If you had to fill the whole grid, then I think it would be a mess. Uh uh Oh yes, the Sudoku shirt. Yes, I enjoy this. I have a few Sudoku shirts. I can always use more Sudoku shirts, but not enough people make Sudoku shirts. Maybe you should sell F Puzzles shirts, AFK. Uh, let's see, because I liked that as sort of like the opening deduction. I wonder if we can do that sort of like I know I'm switching back and forth. Let's try this in Penpa again. Uh, New grid. Yes. Uh, so I kind of want to just sort of get the purest possible form of that that deduction of what was happening at the top here, where we've got sort of a given border there, so that forces that, forces that, and then we have another given border here, forces that, that grows, and then we have another given edge here. Oops, sorry, that was supposed to be shape. Okay, so this is sort of the purest possible form of this, is that if I give those edges, you met Sudoku a few months ago. Pick in Discord. Oh, okay, I've got to see the picture of Nordy meeting Sudoku. Wow, yeah, very nice. And so the joke here is that if green doesn't grow, then it definitely breaks this cell, because the cell couldn't be yellow, but then it would force both of these to be straight, and one of them would fit inside the other. So the deduction there would be that green has to grow, and whatever this thing is over here, it would have to grow over here like that. You bought another domain last year and it accidentally auto-renewed. Relatable. So is there a way to exploit maybe it's like a different clue type or something? AFK is suggesting adding an U-bon or something like that to sort of take advantage of this. Oh, it did get blocked, I think. So and we could add numbers or something like that. I just sort of want to figure out, like, how does one reward this deduction that the green has to grow down to there? Did that come through? It did not. You could put it on the Discord. Unless it got censored on the Discord. Uh, okay, it did not get censored on the Discord, I don't believe. There we go. Sudoku. Wonderful. Let's see. Okay, so how does one... Like, I could put a 4 in one of these cells, and that would be kind of interesting, right? Like, if I put a 4 here, that at least forces Yeah, why did that get censored? I have no idea. I'm guessing it just autocensors.com. That's my guess. Okay, so green automatically grows to there in that universe. Red automatically grows to there. Okay, yeah, that was what I intended. The 4 can't be yellow, right? Agree. So the 4 is some other thing. Let's see. The yellow has to do quite a bit of growing in order to possibly make the world a better place, but not quite sure how. Yet, I don't believe. Clearly, what we need is an extra rule set. No, .com theory confirmed. Interesting. And I suppose there's no reason why we couldn't combine given edges with arrows. Let's see. Vish has a grid that almost works with 2 arrows in it to fill the puzzle. That is a lot like the sorts of things I was sort of repeatedly bashing my head against when I was trying to do this, where I sort of like, I think I probably need more arrows. But like the sort of like almost miracle puzzle, it does have 2 4s touching each other, so I'd have to do it without that. But I sort of am on board with possibly getting rid of, especially if you're going to do the arrow version, getting rid of the things can't do that. Oh, red does fit. Oh, but red fits in green, but red doesn't touch green, so that's okay. Yeah, they don't touch, so that's okay. And pink does fit in yellow. Yellow does fit in green. Yellow doesn't fit in blue. Yeah, that is quite a snazzy grid there. I like that. Oh, Nell. Nell has been a member for 25 months. Yes, we enjoyed your puzzle a lot earlier, Nell. Let's get you a member dance. Boop, 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 woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Boop, 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 waha! Boop, 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 waha! Boop, 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 waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Nell. So yeah, so maybe some amalgamation of probably 2 of these 3 kinds of clues might be interesting. Uh, uh, let's see. One interesting thing that we could do is we could continue to make green get bigger to force what kind of Amino 4 has to be. Amalgamated permaculture. There we go. Let's see. Let's just try putting a border down here. Maybe that'll be exciting. Just sort of getting a feel for this. So the Nordy is suggesting just make that a 4. Would that force red to finish? Let's see. Oops. Sorry, that part I can leave. Nordy is suggesting maybe instead of that, do that. Okay, so if this is... If this is red, then this cell isn't green. Okay, so that means this cell's never green, right? If this were green, then red would go down here and red would be contained in green. So that is a good use, at least, of this. And now, if this isn't red... Oh no, the buffering came back? Darn it. So yeah, if this isn't red, then red is going to run across... Doesn't that work? I feel like red doesn't have to take the 4 if red looks like that kind of hook monster thing, and then the 4 is a straight across 4 at the bottom. Is that... Or is the 4... Or is the red is 4 broken? But I like where your brain is in any event. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an interesting setup in terms of what it implies. Let's see. At least did that is not green. Doesn't that just break instantly, AFK? If I make this row 6 column 5 could be a 4. That's true. If this is a 4, then it does force this up here. I kind of want to force green to grow or stop or something. I know that's not incredibly specific. Might be forable. Black dots aren't 2 to 1. Sorry, black dots are just given edges. Yeah. Black dots aren't 2 to 1. Sorry. Apologies. It's just so that I can keep track while I'm solving of which things are given and which things aren't. That was my only. That's the only reason I'm putting those from here. Oh, apparently YouTube is having buffering issues all over the world. Wonderful. Maybe the interesting thing is to put an edge on this side of the 4. If Like an edge on this side of the 4, I think is somewhat forcing. Because now the 4 can't only go up. Because if the 4 only goes up, now its shape has to be that. Oh, you're right. Sorry, the 4 can't be an S. I was thinking the 4 could be an S, but it can't be. Right. Yeah, sorry. I think this 4 is actually already forced to be a square, right? Because, yeah, it's not... Oh, it's a square or it's an I. Oh, or a T. Sorry, it could be a T. Sorry, that would be the I. Yeah, the T is still possible, but yeah. So the deduction I was saying was correct. If we put this here, it is true. It still can't go only up. It has to go here as well, which does sort of draw in that edge and draw in that edge. But now if that's not blue, it breaks, right? Because if this cell isn't blue, then we can only sort of make... Oh, it could be I, sorry. It could be I, right, sorry. But if that's not blue, then we run into problems. This has to be blue. Right. And then we know we never take that cell, never take that cell. Certainly never take that cell. Now, assuredly, the red is part of the 4. And we've got some new amino coming in here out like that. Yeah, this certainly has to be still bigger and can't grow that way, so it's got to grow that way. So we get this weirdo edge here. But it's got to still grow more than that even, because it's currently touching a 5. Right, if it grows there, right, yep. If it grows here, it contains green. So that means it's got to grow, so it grows there, so that actually ends up forcing the blue. My yellows, in fact, can actually touch, despite... I thought they were far enough away that they were never going to end up coming into contact with each other, but that turned out not to be the case. Maybe I should actually fill in the numbers. That might make this easier to read. That's 5. This is 4. This is 4. Oh no, it might be broken. Yeah, yellow can't grow up, or it contains red. Pink can't take this cell, or it contains green. Pink can't take that cell, or it contains that. So pink has to take the cell below it. Right. And now one of pink and yellow at least needs to grow. In fact, both pink and yellow need to grow, because both of them need to be larger than 5. Yeah, that doesn't seem promising. But maybe it'll work out. Yeah, we know that we get an edge there, got an edge there. Yeah, it will actually work if if that is Oh yeah, how are we going to get it so that that neither yellow nor pink contains the other is I think the thing that we can't do. Uh uh Oh, like if pink does that, that'll be no, that won't be fine. Uh if yellow stays, and yellow doesn't have to be larger than 6. Uh oh, sorry. Yellow and pink aren't the same shape currently. Which was my I thought yellow and pink were the same shape currently, but yellow's got an extra little bitty tail. So yellow is good. Okay, so yeah, so yellow doesn't have to grow at all. So yeah, we might actually be fine with this. Wait, was yellow even actually fine when it was at size 5, actually? I don't think yellow even had to grow. Pink had to grow. But yellow's currently at 6, not at 5. Pink was at 5. So pink has to do that. Yes. Okay. And pink can't take that cell because pink would contain green, which it touches. Oops. Pink at least can't take that cell for lots of reasons. So right, there's something down here, and I actually know this is something, whatever it is. And whatever it is, I actually know that this is going to need to grow here, because otherwise it's size at most 3, and that doesn't work. And so it certainly takes that cell as well. This can't be a monomino either, so it certainly takes that cell. And so we end up with that. Yes. Okay, so if yellow grows, it does force pink to grow. Actually, sorry, yeah, right. Yellow and pink are currently the same size. So one of yellow or pink grows, but as soon as yellow grows, wait, if yellow grows, why does it force pink to grow? Oh, yes. If yellow grows, pink fits in yellow. Right. Yep, just by mirroring. Yep. My brain convinced myself that wasn't how that worked anymore. But yes, if yellow grows, pink also grows. So pink definitely grows. So this cell's always pink, regardless of how other things go. And okay, this is starting to feel nice, and again, just I always like to go back and see like how many clues are there really here, and it's not that many, I feel like, for all of this. Although I don't know that we're quite done yet. Let's see. Is it a problem if yellow takes this cell? Yeah, this surely, okay, that's a good place to start. This can't be yellow or pink. If this is pink, then pink contains a 4 long nomino. If this is yellow, then yellow contains pink. So this is a new thing. It can be green. And green definitely needs to take this cell, because if green doesn't take this cell, green is visibly contained in yellow. So green takes that cell. So green takes that cell. And now if green doesn't take this cell, green's still contained in yellow. So we get actually all of that has to be green at the very least. If green doesn't take this cell, sorry, what sizes are these currently? I keep 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 6 and 7. Why can't that be green and that be pink? They can't both be green because it would be a 6 touching a 6. Yeah, I think there are still options. Yellow can't grow. If yellow grows, then pink grows. Actually, isn't that fine? If yellow grows, then pink grows? I think that's one of the solutions, is that yellow grows and then pink grows. Pink has to grow. Yes. If pink doesn't grow, then yellow also can't grow unless yellow grows by 2, but yellow growing by 2 would break the rule. So pink has to grow always. And then pink is done, because it can't take any more cells. And so then the only question, so the two solutions are whether this is yellow or green, which is not a bad place to be. Okay, so this is another 4 gives nice theming. Yeah, sort of a the row 5 column 6 is 4, or row 6 column 6 is 4. Maybe row 6. Oh, sorry, row 5 column 6. There we go. That one's 4. Yeah, that works, because then it makes the solution that. And we can fill in. These are 4s. These are 7s. These are 8s. These are also 4s. We told you about a bunch of 4s, and then there was even another 4 beyond that one. Yeah, 4 given edges and 4 given 4s is all that's is what is going on. Yeah, very nice. All right. I think I'm going to try and set a bigger one after this. I think we've got at least a little bit of an idea as to what it is we're doing, possibly. Let me take a quick break just to stretch, and I'll come back. Yeah, exactly. That's basically the idea, Gary, and is to have that be the example puzzle. All right. I'm going to be back in just a moment. wrong mode. There we go. All right, welcome back. That looks okay, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can try and do a 10 by 10 version, and see what might be interesting. Let's see. I like the idea of sort of trying to trap. Like we sort of tried to do this earlier. We sort of tried to trap something a little bit at the top, but letting it be sort of a little more open. I'm wondering if we could do something like that. Start with a 3 in row 5, column 5. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we could start with a number. That might be interesting. Let's see. So yeah, we could do something like start with like a 9 here. Uh, and then so basically my rough idea is that I want to note that that a lot of ominoes would fit in this 3x3 square. So I kind of want to, by virtue of clues, force the 9 to not be this 3x3 square. With perhaps some clues along the way. Let's see, like but I'm not quite sure exactly how to meaningfully do that yet. Let's see. Nordy suggests a 4 here. Okay, let's see. What is that going to do? Oops. I'm going to force the 9 to go one way or the other. I could just make this a 12 and just go for the go for the donut with a 4 in the middle right away. Let's see. I kind of want to just throw a number here just so that I can actually shade some stuff. It doesn't have to be a 5. Something like that. Just given 12s and 4s. Yeah, perfect. Let's see. 3 in the corner. Yeah, 3 in the corner is much nicer than a another thing. We can try that. Let's see. So yeah, And the nice thing would be like a 3 here would be unambiguous that it had to go this way once you've done all of the sort of messy thinking about it. But I think it's probably pretty messy for someone to see that this 3 has to go to the corner, right? Given that we spent a while earlier sort of convincing ourselves about it. Yeah, having a 3 is a fun fun little twist. Let's see. So if the 3 does this, the problem is we end up with this sort of bending piece coming over here. I think the 3 does need to take the corner. It certainly can't do that. So, like, we know the 3 takes both of these. But the problem is if the 3 takes this, it forces the following string of... yeah, row 1, column 3, we can definitely prove is definitely in there. Oh, sorry, I really meant to do this in this mode. So this is no problem. Oops. The problem with this is that it forces that immediately. And then, yeah, and so then the question is, what am I doing with this? And so ultimately it ends up being a sort of messy thing to sort of rule out the possibility that I have done something like this. And the point is, like, none of these S's can be extended because of the thing. But that's more than a bit much, so I'd kind of rather there'd be a nicer way to force the 3 over here. But row 1, column 1, a 3, then we need to disambiguate whether it goes this way or this way. So that's a little bit of a mess as well. Okay, and we do need to remember that someone who's solving this is going to have to actually convince themselves that this thing can't actually look like that. Which they ought to be able to, but it will be a bit of a thing. Yeah, the elbow 3 is worth doing. Oh, a none 3 given at this cell. Let's see. Is there anything we could do just why is this? Yeah, there we go. Is there anything we could do just with the fact that we know there's an edge here? Yeah, the if we just put a number here that is moderately large. Hmm. Uh, right. Okay. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, that something 5 plus is good. Yeah. So that I think does make it easiest to see. We'll fill in an actual number later. Uh, but the point is, then we now know that if this comes over, if this 3 doesn't come here, we've got this sort of S-shaped thing, but this thing is also an S-shaped thing, and we can't have two S-shaped things touching. So our 3 has to come over there, and we get our edge there, which is a little bit crazy of a break-in, but whatever. It is what it is, as they say. Now I think we ask ourselves what is going on with this cell. Uh, uh, we did upgrade to a bigger grid. We successfully made a 6x6 puzzle. So now we're trying to make it on a bigger grid. If this isn't yellow, it breaks for sure. That's not difficult to see, I think. So that's yellow. And if that's not yellow, it breaks also, because we have understood how S's are related, right? So this is in fact yellow. And now again, if this isn't yellow, then yeah. So we just sort of have to like convince ourselves that yeah, that this thing is an S of some description, and so yellow needs to be a 2x2. Because we've got 2x2s and S's all contain S's. And so this is forced. And now, yeah, this can only possibly be a 5, right? I think that's literally the only thing this can be. I think that's true. Yeah, if this doesn't take this cell, wait, can this do that? This might be able to do that and have this be 2x2. Yeah, why couldn't the 5 plus be a 2x2? Because the clue is that this is a 5 plus. It is a given clue. Uh, so a 6 plus clue resolves it. So yeah, so we're sort of trying to put another square over here is the thing that we would do if we put a 6 here. Yeah, the 5 plus is a clue that will be a number in the actual version of the puzzle. But yeah, that is a clue. Let's see, I don't know. I kind of like that version better. As these things go, so I kind of want to make this cell a 4 to say that there's not a square sitting here. So I think I kind of want to do normal 4 here. Which means this just is going to be a 5, so I might as well just make it a regular 5. And so in particular, this needs to be some sort of S thing, and the only sort of S thing that works is that one. Again, double check that actually all of this worked. Yeah, and so we end up with that. Without the 4, we could have had a 2x2 here, and then this thing could have, like, it could have been like an 18 or something, sort of zigzagging down the grid. Okay, so now this 4 is now could be an I. It itself could be a square. It's a 4 with options. Let's see. Max possible zig down clue. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I might as well sort of Sudoku in that these are 5s. That's a 5. These are 4s. Yeah, so this thing can't be like an extended S, but it could be a T of various descriptions. Zig down for great justice, indeed. Make it a 14 just to give some wiggle room. The problem with a giant zigzag is you then have to sort of like, it really restricts all the ominoes that touch it. Like you can't have basically any SE ominoes in the puzzle because they would fit in the zig. Let's see. Is there something meaningful we can say about this 4? I don't think I can say much about it. It's not an S. I can definitely say that. That's like possibly the only thing I know about the 4 is that it's not an S. Let's see. What else can we do with this? We can try the zigzag version. Why not? Okay, so we've got to rewind to where we figured out this. And instead of making that 5 plus, we make it a 14. Is that the conclusion? Let's try it. So right. Okay, so now this is only able to be another 2 by 2. Is good. I do already have a puzzle called Zag. I don't have a puzzle called Zig. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 would be the thing that happens. Okay. Yeah, so this lets us make like some sort of weird deduction where something sort of wraps around the corner. It's a WWW shaped omino. And it seems like there's some amount of pressure here, which is worth sort of contemplating, perhaps. Let's see. And yeah, the sort of the wrapping point is interesting, but I kind of want to work to the wrapping point rather than the other way around. Let's see, and like, I mean, I guess even like an L doesn't fit in here is kind of interesting. Neither fits in the other. I hope the final deduction is that you can't do something because it would make a second 14 omino touching the 14 omino around here. That's the goal. Yeah, the like not containing a 2 by 2 is not an incredibly strong restriction. It feels like to me. Yeah, that's sort of that would be nice as well. Is sort of like the one path is like start on one side, work around, and then only once you have that can you do the other side. And the other path is there's sort of an independent puzzle here and here, and then they overlap, and that lets you get the end. I think that those are sort of the two possibilities with a grid with a 14 in it. See, so how on earth do we use the geometry over here, I guess? And the overlap is a snake. Oh no. My brain just exploded a little. Let's see. I'm debating like if I put a 4 here, does it do anything sort of like is anything forced? What about a 4 here? Is a 4 here at all interesting? Would it have to take that cell? No, not necessarily. Would it have to take that cell? No, not necessarily. Would it have to take that cell? I think a 4 here has to take that cell, actually. No, not even that necessarily, darn it. Let's see. 4 there seems interesting. Let's see. Yeah, right, because at least we could use the fact that it's not allowed to touch these 4s, which I didn't fill in. Yeah, that is an interesting thing, and it's not allowed to cut off this either. So yeah, 4 here is actually pretty good. Good choice, as always, to AFK. So this is a thing, and it's not the 4, is the point. So there's a piece here, and then there's a yellow 4 here. And the yellow 4 needs to take one of these two for sure. Is it 2 of these 3? Is that... No, it could do that. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Oh, no, that's not fine. Funnily enough. That doesn't work because it breaks blue. So, yeah, so yellow can't do that. So if yellow goes there, then it's a T. Then blue has a decent amount of options. I guess I could put a 5 here as a clue. Yeah, I was just saying that wasn't an option, but yeah, yellow could be this, and this could be a T or something like that. But yeah, but if I know this isn't yellow, then I force this to be yellow. Oh, 4L fits in a 5T. Yeah, you're right, that doesn't work. Let's see. Or if this is something, it forces the yellow down. Oh, actually, if this is something else, it forces the yellow entirely. Because if this is any clue that's not a 4, then the 4 can't become an S, and it can't become that L. So that would actually force the 4 exactly, which is maybe interesting. I'll just put a question mark there for now. So that again forces that 4. I don't know how interesting that is, but we can investigate these. Blue can't be an F anymore. So blue has at least 5 cells. So blue needs 2 more cells, and it can't be these 2. But it could be these 2. I was thinking that cell always had to be blue, but I don't think that's true. So I think there's sort of two options. I think blue can be a Z or an N, I think are the options that blue is allowed at the moment. Or bigger than that, of course. Any superset of those that doesn't break any of the other requirements. But just by minimum size, blue is 5. So blue takes one, but not both of these. You're saying these two always have an edge between them? Because if they don't have an edge between them, then they're blue. And then this is also blue and it breaks. Yep, agree. There's always an edge between those two. And these two are always in the same omino for whatever it's worth. Because they're either blue or they're not. And these two are always in the same omino because they're either blue or they're not. I was looking at the, like, in the two options to see if any sort of, like, immediate stuff goes horribly awry. Like, in that universe, this thing goes for a long way across the top. But then in this world, to be a little bit careful about this. Like, we know, funnily enough, these aren't both in the same omino, is a silly thing that we know. Let's see. Laffy suggests a 5 here. Yeah, that is an interesting, and it certainly forces. Wait, that's just broken, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not broken. It's not broken, but it forces. Okay, yes, that's interesting. Let's try that. So let's put a 5 here. So it does mean these two aren't blue. Because if these two were blue, then they would be a 5 touching a 5. So these two are blue. And blue isn't 5, because this is 5, and now those two are also green, and that's green. Okay, and now that can't... Sorry, never mind. Yeah, I'm not going to finish this puzzle today. I do not believe. But yeah, we could just throw a 100 or something. Oh, oops, I switched into the wrong mode, didn't I? Line, there we go. Orange, blue edges. Sorry, over in solution mode. The point was those couldn't be blue, so those had to be blue, which then forced all of this to be green. which is very good. A line over there, a line over there. We know this blue grows for sure. Yeah, the blue is interesting because the blue can't take both of these. So it takes exactly one of them. And it can't take that cell either. Because if it takes that cell, it's going to break the 5. Yeah, I was hoping like one of the 5s would break one of the options for blue, but that's not quite true, unfortunately, unless we sort of work harder. Yeah, the question mark. Yeah, what if we make the question mark a 6? Is an interesting question. It yeah, the I'm thinking through the options. I'm thinking I might end up with like that kind of shape, but I'm not actually sure exactly what it forces yet. Blue could maybe actually do that. Yeah. Blue actually could do that. That's delightfully horrible. I think that's okay. Uh 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 yeah, that is that is the kind of option one has to be careful about. Yeah. The only thing I don't like about this solution is, or this being the solution, is that it covers the 5 up, and I would kind of like to use this 5 having an L shape or something to force something. Uh, so the world where that's green is a little bit more exciting to me. Blue couldn't grow anywhere after that. I did see that because it was going to put a T in it no matter what. Uh, It would be kind of funny if it turns out if we somehow sort of force blue to actually be part of this clue, so that blue has to grow an enormous amount without breaking the 5 that it touches, and without breaking any of the other skadzillion things that it touches. Uh, would be an interesting thing to do. Uh, Blue can't do that, funnily enough. Uh, breaks both versions of the 5. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to use the blue. Could just have a given edge here, for example. If the question mark is 10, it forces blue to not be able to do that. That's hilarious. That is very amusing to me. See, do we actually get any deductions out of knowing that blue doesn't do that, other than that blue doesn't take that cell? That is the slight fear, is that, yeah, the most people would never contemplate the possibility that blue actually did that. I was trying to see, like, what I can do to force blue to actually always take one of these cells. The 10 tells you to contemplate and reject it. Uh, uh, the 10 without containing a T is actually kind of potentially tricky, actually. I am being drawn in by the 10, I admit. The 10 be the blue? I don't immediately see. Would have to be that, wouldn't it? If this were blue, I think it would have to be that, with green coming over here, and then a 2x3 block here is a 6. Unfortunately, the question mark can't be a 14. That is a shame. A genuine tragedy. Let's see. See, I'm debating, like, the 2x3 that's a 6 is pretty interesting. I'm debating if there's a way to force it. Like, if that's a 6, I'm still trying to get that this cell's like that I can say something about blue. Oh yeah, that does. No, because it could still be that that's the cell that's blue. Is it that cell being a 6 that's interesting for blue? It does say blue extends 2 more, and it doesn't extend in both directions, so it would either extend... Ah, yeah, this cell being a 6 does things. Because now blue can't go both ways because it would be touching a T, and if blue goes this way, it forces the 5. So it does actually force this onto here. 6 can be purple. Okay, so there's a 5 and a 6 in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I do know that edge is there, and that edge is there. I kind of want to get blue to take this cell, because if blue takes this cell, it can't then sort of make that pivot. Maybe that's not... it's kind of interesting. But I kind of want to play the blue against the 5 without resolving them is what I want to do. Yeah, I'm just experimenting to see if there's any sort of like forbidden combinations of the 5 and 6 that are really natural, but I don't think there are. It's of note that this is 11 cells, so it's pretty natural for the two of them to just sort of chop this piece up in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, there is sort of like cell counting if we really wanted to sort of mix in all of this stuff. That would potentially do something. Like, if blue takes this, then I know that purple is going to come down here. Oh, God. Do you have a unique grid with, like, an 81 in it or something? It's a 48. Is it a 6x8 grid? Yeah, if this isn't a 6, then it comes down like this. Oops. which is going to force the 6 to come down through here. Yeah, it's like it's a very tight squeeze. It's just a 48. Very nice, very nice. I didn't realize it was going to be a unique version of the puzzle we're currently doing, but yeah, this being anything other than a 6 is really bizarre, but not technically impossible, I suppose. Yeah, if this is blue, I do force all of this to be purple. And the 5 takes one of those. And of course, in that universe, this is also purple. And then the other one is the other purple. The other of these two is the other purple. That is a very delightful 48 Amino. See, is it possible that, yeah, it's like trying to decide, like, is it possible that this isn't a 6, but it's sort of a little strange all told. Let's see, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really a shame that the 5 coming down here doesn't sort of like directly break. Like all the sort of combinations here work so well. It's a teensy bit unfortunate. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if this is a 9, it could look like that, or it could look like that, or even possibly like that. I feel like probably the right thing to do is to pick a value for question mark that does something interesting. Or just say it's like at least 10. Because notably, if blue comes here, it definitely comes here. If blue comes here, it also... Oh, actually, okay, that's interesting, I think. So, again, the thing blue can't do is that. And so actually, as soon as blue does this, if blue is 1 bigger than this, then blue is just broken because it's either going to be making a T or an L up there. So if blue is 1 more size than this, I think it's quite forcing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would be 10, I think, funnily enough. Right. Sorry, as soon as it takes this cell, it's already eliminated L. Okay, never mind. So if blue is even 2 more than this, then blue does always take this cell, because as soon as it takes that cell, it takes that cell, and as soon as it takes that cell, it takes that cell. So that would get us a blue cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think I want to make this a 9. And I think that means that's always blue. Because, again, if blue comes here, then it can't go there because it would break every way for 9, so blue would end up coming here. And if it comes here, then it can't go there because it would break the bejesus out of this 6. So this always ends up being blue. And we know it's either that or that. This is because it can't contain a T. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we do need to be pretty careful about exactly how this ends up working. So, like, this cell now is definitely purple, right? Because if that's not purple, then I've got to fit... Yeah, if that's not purple, then I've got to fit a 5 and a 6 in 10 cells. So that cell's definitely purple now. And for that matter, so are those. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry. Sorry, the purple could still, like, sneak down potentially. Actually, no, that's not possible anymore, right? Because if this 6 is only going down, I've got to fit a tiny amino in here that I can't possibly fit in here anymore. So those are purple. Oh, and I know that this ends here. Regardless. And I know the 6 never makes it 2 down, because one of these 2 is purple, and then one of these 2 is purple, is what has happened. And I think we want the blue to end up being this because it makes it unique. Whereas it might not be if the blue bends the other way. Like if the blue bends this way, it might not end up being unique. Does end up being purple in that universe. Yeah, I'm just looking at this, like, threatening to have another S down here kind of situation, and trying to see if there's any way we could use that. And so this is a cell I know is a new omino. This is an omino we haven't contemplated before. It's not blue. It's not purple. It could be a Z. Oh no, it can't be a Z, right? It can't be a Z. Not that Z anyway. So yeah, if this isn't blue, it's red. I believe, which is going to force red to take all of those cells, at which point it's broken, right? I think you're completely right, Matt Laffey, actually. If this isn't blue, it's some new thing, and whatever the new thing is, the new thing has to end up being red, because if it's not, then red gets squeezed in some horrible way that doesn't work. So it ends up being red, but now red can't grow anymore, because it can't become because this cell, actually, could this be a U? Sorry, I think red could be a U in that universe. No, that doesn't work because of the way these two cells work. Right. In that universe, that cell's blue, so that cell's purple. Okay, that's a little case checky. But I agree with the argument that, yeah, this I can always just write a number in here if I think it's a little too not clear what to look at. But yeah, if this isn't blue, then it's some other thing, and that some other thing has problems. Right. I guess, yeah, one way to sort of start this is to note what else has to be red. What if this isn't red? Well, that's a disaster, because then red is 2 cells at most. So that cell is definitely red. And now what about this cell? That cell's definitely red. And then now this cell definitely isn't red because... Oh, sorry, that's not true. That cell could be red, but not if that cell is red. And so now I think once you've filled in those cells, then I think that that it's pretty reasonable to say that that cell's not red. And so that, I think, does make a lot of sense. Blue. Okay, so that forces green to finish like that. And so now these 2 cells are both purple. This cell is red. And so red has to grow. And if red has to grow, it definitely takes that cell. And so that does immediately entangle these 2 cells, because if red takes one more cell, then it is at 6, and so it's got to take another one. Let's see, those are 5s, these are 6s, these are 9s. Yeah, you could put a 7 here now, and if there's a 7 here, now it says red can't grow, and so these all become parts of a 7. 5, 6. I was wondering if we could arrange red to make red grow a bunch and make it worry about containing a blue or a purple or a green. Uh, uh, because what we could actually do is we could actually put some clue like out here. Not quite. I was trying to make it so that it was a problem that we had this sort of string, but actually we could have like a 3-cell piece here if we don't do anything else. Yeah, it would be nice if the two halves sort of somehow ended up interacting. So it might be nice to sort of leave this piece ambiguous and look at the other side and what we could set up over there. Oh, 3 does fit in F, right? You're right. 3 does fit in F. But this, I guess, could be a 4. Yeah, because this doesn't touch any of the stuff up here. Yeah, time to look at the other side, I think, is a reasonable thing to do. Start with a 14 here. Let's see. Yeah, this side we've got a little less sort of instant stuff going on. It's like debating like is a 4 here interesting and what it's gonna do to like the omino that comes through here, but not necessarily. Thinking about another 3, yeah, yeah, I was stuck thinking about 14s and where we could put another 14, but my hope is that the puzzle is ultimately resolved by the fact that red can't be a 14 omino. That is the that is the fantasy to attempt to make a reality. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 or something like that would be the thing. Either that or the fact that red can't contain blue. That would be an equally satisfying for me resolution. It does seem very plausible that we could do that. I'm trying to figure out, like, is there some way that we could set up stuff over here that doesn't immediately require another 4? Like if I make this a 6 and this a 6, for example, then I'll know this can't be a 6 because it would create a square. I mean, it doesn't have to be a 6. It could be any number that is sort of could be any number really. but that sort of runs out of gas quickly, I think. I'm trying to figure out like a clever way to use the fact that if I make something touch one of these cells, it can't contain a 2x2. Be like a 7 and a 7 or something like that, where it's sort of threatening an S on this side and threatening a 2x2 if I use both. About a 3 here, yeah. The repeat. I think that's broken, actually, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's broken. Uh, uh, so yeah, I was thinking about something like a 5 here and a 6 here, just using the fact that we can't sort of do that. Let's see, maybe we just start with a 5 here and think about if it has any good implications. Because it certainly can't take that cell. Oh, sorry, it can take that cell if it does it that way. Uh, Yeah, it can currently be an L along column 1. There's a few things it can't be, like it can't be a P, it can't be one of these. So I was hoping to sort of add a clue that will further restrict the 5. Uh, uh, but I can't quite immediately see how to do it. Like a 6 here or something would at least sort of put more pressure on the 5. Uh, or maybe a 4. Maybe a 4 there is most threatening. Uh, so one of these two isn't a 5. Uh, uh, is there any way this isn't a 5? If this isn't a 5 now, uh, uh, the 5 ends up containing this L, and I guess being an L ultimately, which breaks in a disgusting fashion. This has to be a 5, but I think the proof is horrible. Because if this isn't a 5, then all of these things are part of this thing. The 5 gets chased like this. The pink gets chased like this. And now if this isn't part of the 5, then oh no, maybe it's okay actually. Sorry, it's okay if the 5 is an F, right? No, I think it's actually okay. At least until there's another clue. The 5 would just end up being an F. Now, what I can do is I can put like a different thing here, and then maybe I can sort of triangulate this. Yeah, that if I make this, say, a 6, and these numbers aren't sort of set in stone, now this has to be part of the 5, because if this isn't part of the 5, it does this, and now the 5 is forced into the S pattern that will fit in the 14. So these two join forces. This is a 4. And now remember, these can't both be part of the 5. So if that's part of the 5, then the 5 is this U. If the 5 doesn't take this cell, then the 5 is that shape. Is kind of interesting. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Because of the 4, right? If the 5 doesn't take this cell, then this is something, and so the 5 is forced down like this, and that immediately breaks this 4, because this 4 is going to be contained in this 5 no matter what. Well, the 4 is actually going to be forced to be a 4 long omino, and that's not going to work. So that's always part of the 5. So we could do that, or that, or that maybe. I think all of those seem like options to me. As far as I can tell. Oh no, that doesn't work actually. If this is orange, it doesn't work, because if this is orange, it makes this a T. Oh no, that does work, because if this is a T, this can just be a 4 long thing, and that won't fit inside the T. Yeah, it's a little disappointing that the fact that this isn't fitting in the 14 isn't going to do anything anymore. And like, that's actually very plausible, I think, as a shape that the 5 can take. Yeah, there's nothing to stop this 4 from being a 2 by 2 as well. Let's see. This is the option I think I like the least. I'm okay on this option, and I guess I especially like this option. I think that option is the most interesting in terms of what it would force in other places. Let's see. How does that work then, if that's what we want? Is there a way to force that? I'm pretty sure a 5 here would do it for what it's worth. Yeah, a 5 there would do it. And it's actually a little bit interesting because you don't immediately know whether the 5s are the same or not. But if this is a 5, and you try and separate them, you can't do that. So then you end up doing that, except now your 4 definitely fits inside the 5. It's actually the first time I think that we've had 2 clues for the same Amino in the puzzle. It's also cute that it's a 4, 5, 6. I mean, who knows if the 6 will still be a 6 by the time we're done with this. But I think that forces that, which forces that. This can be purple again, I suppose. Let's see. No, this thing is fairly restricted. Does this want to be part of the 6? It could be part of the 6. It's very plausible. But I don't think it has to be. Let's see, 5s, 4s. We've got this corner down here. Of course, I kind of want to put a 4 in it just because 4s seem to be sort of like the universal most interesting number here. Like a 4 here? Is there any way that works? I think it could be a T. Yeah, it could be a T. No, I don't think it does. Could it be an S? No, no. It does not work. Uh, uh, Yeah, okay, so if I make this a 6 or more, and if I actually label what I've actually used, uh, this is really a 6 plus is all I'm using currently. If I make this a 6 plus, oh, not quite. I was trying to make it so that this 4 would mean that this had to be part of this region, uh, because it would have to run out like this, but actually it could potentially run out like that if this is not part of it. And then this would come up here. I'm sure there's an easy way to break that. What is the easy way to break that combination? I mean, one of them would be to put a clue here, but that feels a little, on the nose. Chat got quiet all of a sudden. I wonder if people are chatting and YouTube isn't working. Let's see. I assume these 6 pluses are different 6 pluses, but yeah, welcome back, Ambrose. Let's see. Yeah, I can make this the same 6 plus, I think. And that will allow the deduction that I was thinking about. Just to try it. So these two are the same. And the conclusion is that this one's also the same, because if it isn't, then it's going to have a 4 in it. And now we know that this isn't in this thing because it would be a 4. And we know that's not blue either. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Blue can't come up here and touch the T. Blue can't come up here. Of course, if blue takes this cell, it takes all of those. Blue doesn't take this cell, then I've got something under here. Which seems problematical, as they say. These actually are both 6s. They still can't join. And in fact, that might actually create more strain. So if all of these are 6s, I don't think this cell can be a 6, because if it is, it can't connect down, so it'd have to connect over here. Oh, maybe that only guarantees me 3 in a row and not 4 in a row. It's possible it would be okay. At least ostensibly. Let's see here. Oh, I need 4 in a row in row 7 to connect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're saying if all of these were 6s and this wasn't a 6. Sorry, I forgot I forgot exactly what I said, right? 2 column. Let's see. Yes, okay. This is in the world where if these two are different, then this ends up doing that. Let's see. And that's only in the world where all of these are 6s, I think. Oh. Here's an interesting observation. Oh no, it's the T. Sorry, I was trying to notice that, like, this is definitely going to contain a T if it takes these and has to grow up to one of these. But it's not touching the T. And in fact, this can't touch the T without becoming the T anyway. So that is maybe not the most useful string of observations that have ever been made. It would be kind of funny to make this number pretty big, because of the fact that it can't have 4 in a row is quite forcing, actually. Uh, uh, yeah, it can't escape through row 10, right, is the point. So, like, if this number kind of wants to be bigger than 6, because of that fact that it can't do that. So it's going to have to get out through here, and it can't take that cell, in so doing. Like, that's, I guess, like, one of the points here is that this is something, and it's not blue. Could be purple or whatever, but that means that the blue here, this has to get out. So the blue can't take that cell or that cell. So this blue is sort of hamstrung in that it can take these cells and then it can sort of continue over. But if I do make this something like an 8, it at least guarantees that blue is taking this cell because of this sort of observation about how it works. And that seems worthwhile. So let's make these 8s. Not 68. Though that sounds fun too. Those are 8s. Now I think this is definitely blue, because if it isn't, then I can't get to 8. And this again definitely isn't blue, but it could be purple. It's quite tight, actually, because if this isn't purple, then I really force purple basically completely. Although, yeah, if it is purple, let's see, what if this isn't blue? Is that a disaster? I don't think it's an immediate disaster. If all 3 of these are purple, that's really difficult to make work. Because if all of these are purple, then I have to avoid putting a T in purple, which is then going to create something that really wants to fit inside the 14 omino. If I actually make this a 9 instead of an 8, I think I force it to take this cell, and then I think I get to start playing all of those games. Yeah, I think maybe I want this to actually be a 9, because I think if this is a 9, I now need that cell. Which creates interest. Because now if this isn't purple, purple is broken. So this is now if this isn't purple, purple is now just completely borked. Wait, was that already true before? Sorry, that was already true when it was an 8. I was just not paying attention. If this isn't purple, then what does it do? And the answer is it does that, but it can't take that cell. So it would have to come up here, and that just immediately just destroys purple. So in fact, actually, these are certainly both purple. Whatever number purple is. Oh, wait, sorry. 8 doesn't need row 8, column 4. Sorry. No, 8 doesn't need row 8, column 4. Right, sorry. So was the argument actually this could have done that and let the 6 get away with having that shape? Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, so actually we do need this to be a 9 if we want to do that. So if this is a 9, now that does have to be blue. And now this can't not be purple, because if this is not purple, we now run into the issue that I mentioned before. Yeah, if purple is 14, I mean, who knows what purple could turn out to be. But yeah, the thing. So that being purple really forces... this being purple makes purple 5 at most. Because if this is purple, that can't be purple, and this just cuts it off completely. So this actually really well and truly can't be purple. Even disregarding the fact that it wants to be an S and fit into the S thing. Okay, so and purple... So purple can't make it as far as this cell, actually. Because if purple takes this cell, it's got to take all of these, and then it contains a T. Yeah, purple also, yeah, the AFK has an easier point. Purple definitely takes that cell. Because if purple doesn't take that cell, purple's already kind of crushed. And likewise, purple needs to take this cell, because if purple doesn't take this cell, purple's crushed. So yeah, so purple can't make it as far as that cell. If purple is 6 and this cell is purple and that cell's blue, then purple fits in blue, right? Or am I not visualizing that correctly? I think I'm not visualizing that quite correctly, unfortunately. I do think this wants to be 6, because if it's 7, it's just outright forced. So we're just going to go ahead and make this 6 plus an honest 6. Oh god, yeah, if this is purple, then that can't be blue anymore, which is really bizarre. Uh 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 no, there's an edge there. Yeah, so one of these two is purple. Could that be blue? I think that could be blue. I think would be fine. Yeah, I do think this is probably blue, but if this is blue, then that's blue as well. Yeah, this is definitely a new color. That's worth mentioning. Yeah, the as soon as any of this is blue, sort of you get blue all the way there. So if that's blue, all of this is blue, and blue is broken. So So we can say for sure that this is a new color. It can be another lovely orange. Yes, good point. Yes. This cell can never be blue. Because either purple is one of these shapes. It's either that shape, which shows up there, or it's this shape, which would show up here. And so this is never actually blue, crazily enough. So in fact, actually, it's orange. That's a great spot to Josh. Completely psychopathic in the best possible way. Okay, so blue still needs to get to 9. I mean, it's a really natural thing to notice, especially with how closely it is set up. Yeah, my brain keeps trying to say that this purple shape fits in this blue, but it doesn't. Okay, so blue needs like 4 more cells. Good. Thank you for doing the math, Matt Laffey. Not many cells left. Uh, uh, trying to see what the natural way is to sort of break this asymmetry. Like a clue here. Actually, a clue there might just break. It's possible. Yeah, blue still needs 4 more. Let's see, if blue doesn't take this, it doesn't work. Yeah, because then blue yeah, I agree. Blue needs to take this cell. And alternatively, the other way to see it is Josh's statement that if this is blue, then blue ends up sort of coming up through here. Actually, is that shape acceptable? Blue ends up looking exactly like that if blue takes that cell. That blue, okay, that one does contain purple. Okay, yes, that does contain purple. Yep. Absolutely. It took a second to see. Yeah, basically it's as soon as this is blue, that can't be blue. So as soon as this is blue, it actually looks like it's completely intentional, because as soon as this cell is blue, you can actually see that cell can't be blue and that cell can't be blue. So this cell isn't blue, so it is purple. Crazy. That actually might have been doable before we did even the orange part. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks so intentional, doesn't it, AFK? So these are 6s. Uh, uh, okay. My brain is now like mentally spinning around this piece. I think it's telling me that can't be blue, right? Did I do that right? Yeah, I think this can't be blue, or blue and purple are the same. Uh if I'm reading this correctly, although I still feel like I'm wrong. No, that can't be right, right? No, that's not right. Uh uh are these the same? I don't think they're the same. Yeah, it's very convincing, but I don't think it's right. Yeah, uh okay, we will need some new color touching blue. Yeah, although orange could still take this cell, but yeah, and blue can annoyingly take that cell, right? Uh like this shape doesn't actually contain purple, right? Uh Although I guess purple still needs 4 more cells, so maybe that's where to think about. Uh or sorry, blue needs 4 more cells. Uh yes. Uh so what you're saying is I definitely can't make this cell blue, because if I do, I definitely can't make this cell blue, and I can't make this cell blue. Uh yeah, because this is I guess the easiest thing to say is this cell isn't blue. Uh because if this cell is blue, then we know these are blue, and then purple definitely fits in blue. So this is definitely a new color. Uh And now we ask about where this goes, and it certainly goes to there, right? There's no way it doesn't. If it didn't, it would be a length 3 thing at most. Uh, and now blue always takes this cell. Uh, no matter what happens. And blue can't take that cell. Uh, so this is 6. So blue always takes this cell, actually, right? Uh, so this cell is orange. Yellow could just be this nice little 4. That would be okay. Uh, yeah, no risk for orange inside of blue. One of my many like practice puzzles I did with these various rule sets involved that kind of transitivity. Okay, so blue is currently at 7. Blue can just take these cells, right? Blue doesn't contain, I don't think that shape contains purple. I might be wrong, but I don't think it does. Uh, uh, I'm noticing again that we have another chance to sort of try and use a like, oh, the snake can't fit in here kind of thing. Which is what I'm sort of trying. What I'd like to use over here is the is that idea. Let's see. Uh, Blue doing that would be super convenient for yellow finishing. But I kind of want to make yellow a little bit difficult. Yeah, if this isn't yellow, then it has to come down through here. But I don't think I know anything else about what happens after that, do I? Uh, uh, couldn't it just be like a T like that? Uh, oh, I guess it can't be literally a T because it would be touching a 4. Uh, and there's literally no room for it to grow beyond that T. Uh, so yeah, it would have to somehow, like maybe it comes over here and becomes. No, it doesn't have to become red, or sorry, it couldn't become red, but it could do that. That would actually be a way to resolve this ambiguity if it was forced to do that, right? That doesn't contain anything or be contained in anything. Uh, and it would force this 2-cell thing to join red, and this couldn't become red because it would have a 4x4. Uh, uh, so I do think there is a solution if this cell isn't yellow. Does it? Why aren't these just both red? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. Wow, it's a 9 next to a 9. Crazy. Uh, 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 oh, you could grow it to 11. Right. You could do that, and you would have to do that. Uh, oh, but now the 9 is going to be a pain. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because we're hypothesizing here this isn't yellow, so yellow does that. But if we instead finished, yeah, we could change the 9 to a 10. That would be fine. Uh, but I'd like some sort of nice, rewardy way to say something about what exactly is happening here. Uh, uh, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, I'm debating like a number down here or something. Might be able to do it. Uh, uh, it's like, I guess what I know is I know these two are the same because they're either both. Oh, actually, I don't even know that. They could be one yellow and one blue, couldn't they? As far as I can tell, I don't know why I randomly made this cell green. Oh, I even made it green in the puzzle, I think. Uh, there we go. Uh, oh, there we go. Okay. Uh, so yeah, so the yellow 4x4 is really difficult, but is possible if we are willing to slightly tweak the 9, I think, is what we're saying. Uh, uh, and if we don't do a yellow 2x2, yellow 4x, oh, you're right. Yeah, yellow can't be a 4x4. That would not work well. Yellow 2x2. Yeah, yellow 2x2 I think works if we're willing to tweak this. Let's see. The 9 has sort of 3 outs as to where it could go. Uh, okay. It's this 2x2 that we have to be very careful of. And the potential for this 2x2 if we try and do this. Uh, so we would probably do something like that instead. Let's see. Uh, what can we add here that will sort of clarify the nature and purpose of reality? Uh, uh, I do think that's the goal here, is to get something like that, or resolving this ambiguity with a square here. Either of those would really satisfy me as far as finales go. Yeah, I mean, the 2x2 is the most interesting version. Uh, 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 if row 9, column 7. Hello.
The three of us are invading your stream.
Oh, hello. Hello.
It is a giant Zach. It's Zach's big brother.
There you go. Yeah, excellent, excellent. I love it. He's so cute.
Wildlife sanctuary now.
Excellent, excellent. I have run a penguin sanctuary for many years now. 7. Okay. If this is blue, so if blue finishes like that, oh god, yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, if so, this can't be blue. Yeah, that's okay. That's very cool. Okay, so yeah, so the uh 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 see. What innocuous clue? 7 column 4. Blue was 10. Let's see. I only have 2 more blue cells to place, or 3, depending on what I want to make it. I kind of just want to like force orange to extend a little bit or something, and then set it up. But I can't quite see. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I just make this cell like a 6 or something, that might actually do what we want, together with Matt Laffey's point. So I think if this cell is a 6 or 7 or whatever it needs to be, not a 9, then blue can't only grow... Actually, blue could only grow this way if it did that, right? So I think I want this to be a 7, so that blue can't only grow this way. I think I want this to be a 7. Oops, not a 67. I'll save that for the AFK version of the puzzle. But if I make this a 7, now blue can't only go this way to finish, so blue has to go up. Oh, sorry, up 1 at least, right. Sorry, up 1 at least. And so yellow begins sort of being wiggly. And yellow... Yellow can just take this cell, right? If blue takes that cell and finishes. Which might be a reason to make blue 10. Because then it'll have to take both. Yellow could, like, take that 2x2 or something, right? Maybe this ended up resolving backwards of the way that was going to resolve everything nicely. Yeah, I like the wormy yellow ending as, or the, like, don't let yellow be wormy ending idea, but we haven't quite nailed exactly how to make it happen yet. We could put like a 4 here, presumably. And that would assuredly fix all our problems, or at least it would force the sort of the other universe. Let's see. AFK shows in the Discord a way of sort of preserving the 1414 deduction. Okay, so how do we force... okay, so it still does have a 7 here. Your 7 is 6 cells, AFK. But we can make this a 6 and go for AFK's ending here. Let's see. That is fair. Yeah, and your yellow is a 7, actually. So yeah, I can change the 7 to a 6. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, whichever way it want to do it. Yeah, that's the 6 and 7 there happen to work out. Okay, so with that, maybe the key thing to aim at there is something like this cell being a 7. Or this cell being a 7, maybe, actually is sort of like the pinchiest. You know, somewhere in here being marking as a 7 might, or a 6 might do it. Actually, yeah, I think the flipping the 6 and the 7 is good, because if I make this a 6, it can't be yellow. Which is, I think, a important part of... sorry, it means that... yeah, I can't do that, right? Which is the thing that I want to avoid. So let's just carefully think through this. So, is this... Do we know if the 6 is yellow? Uh, 7 in row... it's just still putting a 7 down here is useful. Yeah, that's assuredly true. Okay, so now when we ask where the blue goes, we know that the blue goes up here at least once, right? This line I think was completely false, by the way. The blue goes up here at least once, and so now we know that the yellow is going to extend at least to the 6. And if the yellow doesn't take this cell, it's a snake no matter what, right? That fits into the 14. So that cell has to be yellow. And so now blue is done. This cell just has to be yellow, because if that cell is yellow, we run into problems. Uh-oh. Blue contains yellow. Darn. Okay, so let's go back. Oops. Ah! Sorry, not that far back. And so we want this to be the 6 and that to be the 7. Is what we actually want. So again, the point is that blue has to come up 1. Yellow then has to go down a bunch. Oops, sorry. Yellow has to go down a bunch, which is convenient because of the whole thing. If yellow doesn't take this cell, finish in column 6. Blue needs 2 more cells. Oh, right. That is that doesn't work because then yellow contains purple. Right, because now yellow's now so oh, yellow could still be 4. And then then you have to argue that the 7 then definitely contains a square, which is a little bit messier than I would prefer. It's still broken, but yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's try AFK's suggestion of make the 7 go down there instead. I mean, I suppose I could just put the 7 there. If I just put the 7 there, it's really clear what to do. And I don't think it's necessary. Like, I don't think it's gonna like mess up anything if I put the 7 there, right? Like we still have to do like quite a bit to sort of finesse all of this into place. So now if we do that, let's just try that. Then blue definitely takes these 2 cells and finishes. This cell is definitely orange. Yellow comes down there. And if yellow avoids the 7, yellow definitely fits in green. So yellow can't avoid the 7. Now let's see. Okay, so now the question is, does this have to be yellow? If it isn't yellow, then yellow is that shape, which is, I think, legal, right? Yeah, I think there's an annoying other option. Oh, right. The 6 had to be orange for sure when I had the 7 in the same row as the 6. Sorry, we can... AFK thinks maybe this is easier, but if we do that, then we have to sort of rewind through all of this. Okay, so let's see if we can make this work. So now this is definitely orange. Because it's isolated by the 7. The 7 can get a color. It can be red. Oh, sorry, no. We have to prove it's yellow, sorry, is the thing we have to do. So because if blue comes this way twice, then... Oh, blue coming this way twice... yeah, blue coming this way twice breaks because you either end up with a 3, which you definitely can't have, and then you end up with something that contains the 6. That doesn't work. So that's blue. For sure. And now as soon as that's blue, it makes that yellow and that yellow. Yeah. So if yellow doesn't take this cell, then I think yellow is doomed, because yellow needs to take a cell that's not one of these cells. It assuredly can't take that. So yeah, the only cell that yellow can take without breaking the 7 that desnakifies it is that one. So yellow always takes this cell, I believe. So that does finish blue. And now yellow fits in blue. So yellow has to grow still, even though it is okay. And if yellow only grows here, yellow. Oh, sorry. I was going to say yellow is the same as 6, but that's actually okay. But yellow does have to grow. So it either has to at least take that cell or the 7, for what it's worth. And it can't only take that cell, because if it only takes that cell, it fits in blue. Yeah, so it can't only take this cell, because then it would fit in blue. Just by mirroring it right over, right? No, I'm wrong. I'm misvisualizing it. That's not correct. Unfortunately. It would be nice if it was true. So yeah, it needs to take one of these two. It is true. Oh, it is? No. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. Sorry, it is true. It's that shape. I was putting it in blue in the wrong place. Yes, yes. Yellow can't take this cell. Can't take only this cell. Or it fits in... yeah. So if yellow takes the cell, it still takes more cells. So it would have to take this cell or the 7. And we can't have a 7 touching a 7. So it would have to take that cell. So the only universe where yellow doesn't end up taking the 7 is this somewhat horrible one, which does in fact break the 7, although this is a little fussy. I can probably... Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the easier way to do it is to just say the 7 assuredly needs one of these cells, right? Yeah, I was thinking a second 7 clue would not be a terrible thing to do to humans. Like, just make that a 7 and be good with it, I think. I think that will just, like, smooth that piece out for the poor souls who have done this. Because now one of those two is yellow, and once either of them is yellow, then we end up sort of like, well, that one can't be yellow, because yeah, the 7 touches a 7 if not. So once one of them is yellow, they both are, because otherwise a 7 touches a 7. And now 3, 4, yeah, and now we've got this chunk over here. So assuredly we know that this mess is all collected together. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We do have 14 cells left, so we need to divide this at least a little bit. I guess the question is... Oh, it's because this is a 9. Wow, there's a 9 up there, too. I didn't even really pay attention to that. The 5, 9 doesn't actually work, right? Yeah, 410 doesn't work. Now, is there a reason I can't double divide it, I guess, is the question, sort of like trying to think about this in the most logical way possible. I know these are all part of one omino, and it's not the same as red, so so we know those are all part of one omino. Yeah, so if these are red, okay, so yeah, if these are red, the problem is that now I need to separate red and pink, and there's just absolutely no way to do it. So these aren't red. And so red is 5. Uh, uh, oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Maybe red can take this because I don't necessarily have to split it up. Uh, yeah. What if red takes, sorry. Yeah. The question is, uh, if red stops here, yeah, red 7 makes it a 7-7 split. Yeah, so red 7 doesn't work. And then red 8 now contains pink. And so if I keep going, it's only going to make it more contain pink. So yeah, so red can't extend anymore. And so we end up with 5s up here. And now this thing has no choice but to be pink, because if it tries not to be pink, oh, could this be 4-5 instead of, I feel like this could be 4-5 instead of 5-9. Regrettably. Curse you, final end of grid. No. Yeah, it's possible. I do have to go now, but I think we're like very close at the very least to having a puzzle. But it's going to take a bit, I think, to sort of smooth out exactly what's happening here at the end. But well, extra long stream today because this puzzle ended up being fascinating. I did really end up loving the 14 that you all convinced me to do. So that was cool. I will stream again on Sunday. So thank you all very much. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. We greatly appreciate it if you do. If you'd like to, you can always click the $ button, and that'll let you join the channel. If you want, you can get your windmill and your Zeta emotes. Sorry, your Zach emotes. I mean, there's Zeta emotes too, but mostly the Zach emotes are what people join for. And at higher levels, you can do things like vote on what puzzle we start with, and get your name read at the end, because I read the names of the turbines at the end. So those are Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.